Good evening. Welcome to tonight's session of Once Upon a Roll, our D&D campaign where myself, along with good friends, dive into the world of Dungeons & Dragons. Tonight, we pick up where we left off last week. For a recap, for those of you who are just joining us, or those of you who don't remember, the group had made their way into the Order of the Holy Flame Monastery to confront the monks within, where they had found that Bask's old mentor, thought dead for a long time, turned out to still be alive. After some unnerving displays of magic and demon summoning, he retreated further into the main temple of the Order. The group pursued him in, and a fight broke out, where Kester von Granist, the leader of the Order, retreated further beneath the temple down to almost a cult-like basement area with a large stone obelisk almost in the center, protruding up into the ceiling, into the temple above. After witnessing two of the other members of the Orders take their own lives and transform into these grotesque demons, the group fought, slayed the demons, and nearly slayed Kester himself, before the crazed old man took his own life, and in his place, a horrific demon, this amalgamation of various animals, but most notably the um, broken, torn, rotated, upside-down goat's head that sits on top of broad shoulders, the horns protruding down over a reptilian-like lower jaw, almost like large tusks. And before anything can be done, the demon sprang up, clung to the ceiling of this underground chamber, and burrowed its way upwards to the innocent townsfolk and children above, leaving the four of you and Bask down below, Durand and Nerdian trapped behind the bars of this force cage. Elevorn and Era not looking too great themselves. Bask having just made his way down there to witness the very end bits of this encounter is a bit out of breath and a bit stunned. But that's where we'll jump back into it. Durand, roll a d20 for me, please.
Okay. 16.
Okay. So, what is it you guys are doing? As the demon, you can see the hole that it had burrowed upwards. The tip of its scorpion-like tail, the last that you saw of it before it's just you down here in this dimly lit chamber with the cryptic abyssal writing on the ground and what looks like off in the corners or against the side, the remnants of bodies. But
Ella's going to run towards the force cage, kind of maybe even sliding on her knees a little bit, and just sort of like touch it and try to like see if there's like anything that she can do, just examine it sort of.
okay, so feel it, and it's like this, almost like this vibrating energy from the bars themselves. Bask goes up as well and examines it. Uh, whatever we do, I'm not sure what it is you guys got yourselves into down here, but whatever we do, we should do it quick. I can try to get rid of this. And at the moment, you guys kind of begin to feel the ground tremor as this pillar, these pulsations and vibrations from it begin to grow stronger, and you guys can feel the sort of peppering and dusting of debris from above as it seems the foundation of this underground cavern is beginning to come undone.
I'll turn to Basque and I will like look him in the eye and I'll be like, I've always believed in you. Always, you know that, right? And I'm going to guide him.
Okay. So, with the guidance, Basque reaches out and places a hand on the force cage, takes a deep breath, and using the roll you had just rolled, Durand, dispels the force cage. You guys see the bars begin to fade out, but until the point where you guys can move freely through them, and the spell is broken. Basque is out of spell slots, but hey, what are you gonna do?
I mean, who needs spell slots anyways to be the no guy?
All right, so we should probably head up there. Who knows what that thing is doing? He's looking around at you. Who is in need of healing?
Ella raises her hand.
Okay.
Me.
So basically, Basque has 10 d6s he can distribute. And then he is tapped for healing.
I suppose I wouldn't mind a little bit of healing.
Okay.
I did have.
You had that up.
Vitality. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I don't know.
going for a while. Say that you have enough for another go, or a full round on everybody.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll that dice. Just roll it once, I guess, and that's how much that everybody heals.
Gotcha.
So as you guys do this, as the structure itself continues to begin to collapse, slightly larger sections of rock and stone begin to shatter on the ground and turn to dust at your feet. Basque and Durand quickly heal everybody as you guys make your way towards the ladder to head back up into the temple. Elevorn, you get 10 hit points from Basque. Durand, you get 14 from Basque. Neridion, 12. And Era, 5. Not sure if Era needed hit points. Hello, Mags, by the way.
And I got 6.
Okay, so everyone heals an additional 6 from Durand.
Thank you.
So, as the central obelisk pillar, these pulsations and this energy that is being forced out presses harder on you and seems to be undoing the foundation of the temple, bringing this underground cavern almost caving in on you. It seems in maybe less than within the next few minutes, this place seems to be coming down. If it keeps up like this, those pulsations are getting stronger and stronger. What are you guys doing?
Can I try to mess up the markings on the ground?
Okay, so
Since
the
the cage is down, I would also join Alborn to try to, destroy the markings.
Okay, so how are you doing it? You run up to this thing. As you do, this force is pressing on you harder and harder, almost like a weight on your chest as you get closer and closer to this pillar. but you do it, and as you do, it's like you have to forcibly exert. You have to really try to breathe and keep your breathing as you get closer to this thing. But you get up to a point and you can see the writing which goes all the way around the base of this pillar on the ground. It seems to be written in blood.
Just smear it.
Yeah, same. Smear it, just anything.
Okay. You just go about taking the sole of your boots and just kicking and smearing at it, and it does sort of smear. Some of it had like stained or dried, but you do smear some of it. There's no noticeable difference in the behavior of the pillar. Netadion and Elevon make dexterity saving throws, please, as from directly above you, the pillar, the vibrations like that is, it seems like it's, the destruction of this place is centered there, so this is the first place that the ceiling of this cavern is going to be coming down around you guys.
7.
7?
7.
Yes.
Okay.
24.
24. All right, Netadion, you dodge out of the way, but Elevon, you are so focused on scuffing it up that a large-sized chunk of the ceiling comes down and catches you right in the shoulder. You take 7 points of bludgeoning damage before dodging out of the way of a much larger boulder that shatters at your feet, kind of spraying dust and debris up into your face.
Doesn't seem like it's doing anything. We have to get up there, I guess.
Yeah, we shouldn't be down here.
Who knows what's going on? We need to... Yes, fast as... I'm just going to start heading up the ladder, I guess, because, you know.
All right.
Up.
So are all of you going up the ladder? So as you guys begin to climb up, before you arrive up, you glimpse of what's going on above. The children are still standing out in front of the temple, as they had been instructed to do, their blades still to their throats. One of the civilians standing close to them, not encroaching on them, but fleeing with them to seemingly no avail. When there's a sound of splintering wood from inside the temple, just a far off echo, and not long after that, the doors creak open. Stepping out almost casually, nonchalantly, is the demon. Stands in the doorway behind the children, who all take wide-eyed sort of gasp but don't move from their places. The man and the mob behind, who have since moved into the monastery, are all sort of aghast, too surprised, too shocked at the horror that they're seeing before them to even scream. The demon takes a step forward and sort of just scans the horizon, stands before everyone, raises a hand, and then walks forward. The children move out of its way, but are almost... They're sticking with what they were told, but you can see in their eyes that they're panicking. And he walks up to the man that was pleading with them. He taking the large lion-like paws and resting them onto two children's heads as they do. You can see the pressure almost squeezing them, not enough to cause damage, but there is this cold malice in them as he walks by. He looks down at the man who kind of shrinks to the ground and raises a hand up, not finding the voice enough to scream. When from behind, there's a yell. Another man running up with a pitchfork in hand goes and stabs the demon up through the jaw. The pitchfork blades lodged in through the lower jaw of the demon, who then forces his head down. The pitchfork you can see coming up through the lower jaw into the mouth, large, thick droplets of blood spilling over the blade. This long, 2-3 foot tongue slaws out of the side of the mouth of the demon. As the eyes open wide, staring down at the man who is now trembling, he lets the pitchfork go, and attempts to run before the mouth, the reptilian lower jaw, unhinges and bites down over the man's entire head. And the body just goes limp in the maw of the demon. And that's what sets everyone into chaos. There's a moment more of silence before even the children scream and begin to run. One of the children, one of the older ones, maybe early to mid-teens, "Stop! Custer told us!" But none of the other children are listening. The other man screams and flees as the demon rips the attacker's head clean off. Everyone runs, or everyone scatters. The majority of the mob runs towards the entrance of the monastery. Damien takes to the sky, leaving a trail of dripping blood and entrails from the man he had just killed. With the powerful scorpion-like tail, lashes out and crumbles the exit to the monastery. Stone, wood, and rubble pile up, preventing an escape. And there the demon stands, looking down at the mob of maybe 50, 60 people crowded into this monastery. And they have nowhere to go. You all are making your way up, maybe 30, 40 feet, continuing to make the climb upwards towards the temple, when you can feel the vibrations almost shaking you guys loose from the ladders, but thankfully it's so confined in this area that you're able to, even if you lose your grip for a moment, find it easily without sliding too far. But Elevorn, you're the first one up, quickly followed by the rest, and you can see this light aura around that pillar that's coming up in the center of the temple, still pulsating, vibrating. You can see that the temple around it, the floor is slowly caving in, and the cave-in, the collapsing of this temple is moving slowly outward. You hear the faint sound of screams in the distance.
As fast as I can towards them.
Okay. Everyone else following behind?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys run out. When you get to the front door, which is slightly open, you burst it open, and the light from the midday sun kind of hits you. And before your eyes adjust to the light, you can still hear the screaming and the chaos going on out here. You look and you see maybe 80, 90 feet away is the large winged amalgamation of a demon standing over a middle-aged woman. In front, not too far away from the front of the temple, you see a decapitated corpse of a man. The woman screams, but her screams are cut short as the long tongue of the demon strikes down and jams into her throat, cutting her screams short. You hear a whimper and a gasp as she grows pale. And the tongue wrenches from within the lady's body. You can see a still beating heart as the demon swallows it. And from within the belly of the woman, you just hear as the features begin to morph into that of a wild dog, like a hyena. The corpse in front of you, you watch as bursting from the severed neck are these large, bulbous, earthworm-like creatures, forming these 6 tentacles. The extremities of the fingers begin to bulge as they too burst into these large, tentacle-like earthworm creatures, each one with a circular mouth at the end with rows and rows of teeth, as the corpse struggles its way to its feet and begins to move out towards any living creature. As you guys pour out into the courtyard with these 3 demon-like creatures now, the one that started it all takes to the skies. You can see that the same pulsing force of energy is coming from the steeple of the temple. And as the entire temple begins to crumble away, you begin to see at the base of the steeple, it begins to widen out into that stone pillar that you had seen in the temple and in the basement below it. With nowhere to run. People run and scatter as far and crazed as they can away from these demons, but the woman transformed into this hyena-esque monstrosity, the knees with a sharp crack bend the opposite way. She falls to all fours and chases after some of the slower moving individuals. What are you doing?
Can I move forward towards her?
Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
She's maybe about 50, 60 feet away from you. She's currently chasing someone who's running sort of along the wall, the outer wall of the monastery, so they're heading away from you at the moment.
Okay, so then there's a pack of wolves on her.
Okay, an entire pack of wolves. You conjure up these animals, cutting off the demon's approach to this lady. Just semicircle of wolves snarling, appearing out of a pop of fey magic. And now the hyena demon is looking around at the wolves and begins to tear and attack and claw at them as the wolves come and leap up and bite into the woman's head, neck, wherever they can get it. But it seems sufficiently distracted at this moment with the wolves, as its paws full, as it were.
Can I see what the other demon is in the sky?
Yes, it's actually flying maybe about 50 feet in the air, maybe 40, 50 feet in the air, and it's heading in you all's direction.
Can I knock an arrow?
Yeah, but so you begin to knock it. Demon flies closer to you.
How close?
It's,
How close does it fly?
Maybe about 60 feet away, if you include its distance away and its height in the air.
Is it within range to cast Firebolt?
It is within range to cast Firebolt, yes.
Alright, yeah, let's do that.
Alright, go ahead and cast Firebolt.
And I would have used Toll the Dead.
Alright, so that is a wisdom save on its part.
Yes.
That's a 17. I believe that succeeds.
Yeah, I guess I won't roll. I didn't. Oh. Yeah. That's nothing.
Durand?
I will also firebolt.
Alright, so go ahead and make your attack rolls, Durand and Era.
By the way, since I used Hex on him when he wasn't transformed, it lasts up to an hour. Is it still on him, or did it go away when he transformed?
How long does Hex last? A minute?
Hour.
10 minutes? An
Hour.
hour?
Up to
We'll
hour.
say All right. So yeah, it would still be on.
Okay. And the ability check that I chose, that he has disadvantages. Yeah, wisdom.
Just a point of note: ability checks are not saving throws.
I know. I'm just reminding you still, though.
18 attack.
18 does hit.
Mine is 17.
17 does not hit.
Ooh.
It's 18. 18, guys. 18.
Very. That's the investigation of Nerdion coming in right there. Alright, so what's the damage, Era? As one of the fire bolts dodges out of the way of the other one, strikes it in the chest and explodes into a shower of sparks as the demon then unhinges its jaw and unleashes a torrent of abyssal wind that encompasses all of you. You can feel almost this familiar sensation like when you were in the chateau, the warping and bending of reality in your mind, this madness seeping in. I need everybody to make wisdom saving throws. And you would all be within range of Daran, so that's +2, yeah?
Yes.
Around?
Yeah.
Okay. So, once you let me know the damage on that Era.
7.
How much?
7.
7 damage? Okay.
I got 17.
Okay.
14.
Okay.
I got a lot. The max, the most I can roll as Durand ever. 27.
Okay. Era.
A 26.
26. Okay. Everybody saves except for Elevorn.
No.
Elevorn, you take 42 points of psychic damage. Everyone else, you take 21.
Okay, I'm down.
And Elevorn falls as she's knocking the arrow, bringing it the bow up. This horrible, almost like imperceptible, high-pitched frequency noise, along with this just chaotic psychic wind hits you all, and Elevorn, you see the eyes roll back, and she collapses. As turning towards you is the headless creature with the earthworm-like appendages coming out of the neck, and the multitude of tentacle-like arms beginning to slowly make its way in your direction.
I'm sorry, was it 20 what?
21.
21.
Alright, I'm using 30. Is that the number? 35 points of Leonhance.
All right. So the demon now that's flying begins to fly back out of range and almost out of sight to the point where the sun is directly behind it, and it just continues to scan down. It swoops over, lands on the temple above you that is still collapsing, and sort of hangs on to the steeple there that is like a ring, like a sun symbol of Palor almost. But Durand, you kneel down as this earthworm demon creature is now within maybe 15 feet, and it's slow moving. This creature doesn't move quickly, as you can see that the legs of the human who had been transformed into it have also been turned into these multitude of earthworm-like appendages, still each one with the mouth and rows of teeth, but they're within about 15 feet of you. The wolves vanish, and the hyena demon looks around and finds another target and begins to take chase and track down one of the slower moving civilians.
May I use Scorching Ray, level 2?
On
on whatever's heading towards Durand. And well, I can split the 3 rays.
you can, yeah. So how many towards the earthworm demon and how many towards the hyena?
2 at earthworm and 1 at hyena.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attacks. So as Durand is kneeling down, attempting to touch and channel holy energy to heal Elevorn, Netadion, what are you doing? As 3 motes of fire surround Era's hand, and these beams of flame, bolts of flame, each go off towards these separate targets. What are you doing, Netadion? So you have maybe 10 feet away from you this demon that's approaching you.
I'm actually attuned to the ribbons of returning, so I'm gonna use those and gonna try to grapple the demon with it.
Okay.
With them.
Okay. You go ahead and read the ribbons of returning. Give me those attack rolls whenever you can, Elevorn, or Era, sorry. And Elevorn, you regain 30, was it, Durand?
Yes. No, 35.
35, okay. Elevorn, your eyes open back up. You're looking up at Durand, a concerned face, blue sky in the background, and looking up towards the roof of this temple that you can hear the wood creaking and beginning to further collapse.
Hits are 18, 14, and 28.
Okay, 18 hits, 14 misses, and 28 hits.
Okay. 1 sec.
Alright, just so you know, that the ribbons of returning grappling only means it can't move further away from you, Neridion.
Yeah, that's still fine. I mean,
Okay.
you know, at least it can't run away. I can try to pull it closer later.
Gotcha. So go ahead and make a ranged weapon attack. So just your normal attack.
I mean, I probably would have, but I mean, if I need to add a weapon to it, I'll use incendiary edge on it, on the ribbons. Got like, you know.
You can have both since you are using light or finesse weapon, so.
So, but do I add the attack bonus to it?
Yeah, you just make a normal attack. So just D20 plus like a normal melee attack, basically. Because it what it does is it extends your reach, essentially.
So 22.
What do you mean times 2?
22.
Oh, 22, that does hit, yes. And so what are the damages on the fire bolts, Era?
Um, 7 and 9.
Okay.
If possible, I'll probably just tell everybody that's near me or can hear me that, I won't last much longer.
So you unleash these bolts of fire. One of them impacts the worm-like demon that's making its way towards you as Nerdian's weapon with these magical ribbons embed itself into the demon and then pull taut, holding the creature, making sure it can't move any further away. One of the bolts does impact the hyena as it's chasing an older man as it's about to snap its jaws into his leg. The firebolt hits the side of the hyena's head and kind of staggers it for a bit. It looks back towards you, but back towards its prey and continues forward.
Elvorn's going to just be like, yeah, okay. And then, just still laying there, she's going,
No,
there's
I'm
a little
sorry.
fairy dragon's going to appear and, start healing Era.
Okay. So Elvorn casts Healing Spirit. Nerdian, what was the damage on your attack?
Need to do damage too?
It's a ranged attack, yeah.
Hang on. So that's still a
Just a normal
D4.
damage.
Eight.
8 points of damage. Nice.
Fuck!
What's wrong?
Nothing, sorry.
All right. So, as Elvorn kind of just sitting up, still not back on her feet, but clearing her head just enough to cast this healing spirit spell, Era, you feel this comforting, soothing presence around you as this sort of spectral little fairy dragon circles in your space. Durand, Neredian. The demon with its extremities replaced by these bulbous, bulging earthworms slashes out at each of you. Neredian, against you, is a 26 to hit.
Yeah, ow.
Durand, against you, a 24.
Yeah.
You keep rolling so high for us, goddammit.
Neredian, you take 13 points of bludgeoning damage, and now you and the earthworm demon thing are grappling each other.
Fun!
Durand, 8 points of bludgeoning damage to you as you are also grappled. You had just gotten Elevon back up and you feel yourself yanked up and away from her in your space by these sort of slimy, mucusy, large tentacle-like worm things. They're open mouths and rows of small, sharp teeth kind of gnashing and biting out in your direction.
Can I
So-
Scorch Ray again?
Hmm?
Can I use Scorching Ray again?
You absolutely can. Elevon, how much did Era heal?
Oh, yeah. Please. Please.
It's a D6. She could roll it if she wants.
Okay, sure. Era, go ahead and roll a d6. And doesn't it add your wisdom?
No?
No, I don't think so.
No? Okay.
That'd be really strong if it did.
I thought it added something, but if not, just go ahead and roll a d6, then Era, see how much you heal for.
Sorry, my dice thingy isn't working. Hold on.
Healing Spirit, FAQ. Yeah, just a d6. That would be strong. But everyone can kind of move and hover around it, you know? Group up, please.
3.
No.
Yeah, sure, I'm on it.
Yeah, we're totally on
Well,
it.
yeah, you're like, yeah, I'll be right on that.
I mean, could it be kindly enough to swing us by?
you guys hear a dark voice from the temple above, kind of holding and almost caressing the steeple of the temple. Come, my family. And almost regurgitating, the long tongue comes out and sort of teasingly, like coaxingly, waves that heart in front of the steeple. There's much blood to be had. And you watch as, almost extending out, this amorphous blob, at first non-distinct, this almost translucent blob comes and slaws out of the opening of the steeple and leaving a trail of this nearly clear, viscous, mucus-like liquid slides down off the roof of the temple and falls maybe 10 feet away from where you guys are with a splat.
Wait.
It almost looks like it's just like a ball of mucus, almost ovular in shape, almost like a grub of some sort.
I mean, is it the demon that I was grappling?
No, this is the winged, the main demon, the Kazgalgal.
Okay. I got
Mhm.
a bit confused.
No, that one had flown away. The one that you were grappling was the one with the earthworm-like appendages, the one that he had killed. That was the one that was moving towards you.
Okay. I was a little bit confused. It's fine.
Can I get up and move towards Sarah, like back a little farther to like prepare a shot at the guy on the steeple?
Okay. Well, Era, you were casting another Scorching Ray?
Yeah.
Alright, at what targets?
The sludge thingy. I'm confused. I don't know how many enemies there are.
Right now, the ones are, well, not far away from you, Durand and Netadion are currently grappled by this earthworm-like creature. Just basically, it still has the human torso, but from the severed head instead are these 6 protruding earthworm-like tendrils.
Oh, so let me hit that. Fuck that.
Go for it. And then there's also the hyena that's further away from you, maybe 50, 60 feet, that's still chasing people down.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. Yeah, let me tackle the earthworm shit.
Okay, go for it. As Elavon, you scramble back to your feet. Durand, Netadian, you're currently grappled.
Can I use enlarge on myself?
A what?
Ooh.
Large.
Oh, yeah, you can. So you cast Enlarge on yourself to the point where instead of being held by these things, you grow in size to the point where you're standing at maybe nearly 10 feet tall at this point and that much wider. You're still being held by this thing, but instead of around your torso like it was, it's just like around your forearm only. Iran gets big as Netadian. What are you doing?
I suppose I would at least try to drop my snake arm and have it come out and attack the tentacle that is holding me.
Yeah, you managed to sort of. It's pretty slimy, so it's easy to squeeze kind of through things. It's so grabbing you, but you managed to get the armlet off and drop it at the feet of this, the many feet of this earthworm demon as it uncoils into a large constrictor snake.
Uh, 19, 21, 23.
All hit. You see, kind of chasing down the scattered masses behind what Netedion and Elevorn, you guys knew as that prayer house. You see some people run behind it. You can hear the guttural, sort of abyssal laughter of this hyena demon as it chases down out of your vision, but you just watch as it pounces and you can hear screams in the distance.
9, 10, 9.
All right, 28 total. Nice. So, as Netedion, your constrictor snake lashes out towards this earthworm demon that had just been blasted by 3 of the fire, scorching rays from Era. Go ahead and roll that attack. Eleborn, what are you doing?
Guys, I think we got that pillar is bad.
Yeah, it's very bad.
And then I'm going to knock an arrow and shoot it at the thing that's grappling Nerdion and Duran.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll as you take a step back just to get a better, cleaner shot. Out of the corner of your eye, before you loose the arrow, you notice the large grub-like creature thing that had fallen off the temple come out of the spire. You can see it sort of writhing. It looks like there's these bulbous sort of growths that are moving around just underneath the skin, as bursting forth from either side are a multitude of lanky spider-like legs as this thing stands up and unfurls the legs and stands to about 4 feet tall.
Ew.
It skitters away from you towards some fleeing children. As you notice the demon still kind of coaxing and caressing and talking to the spire, another one beginning to emerge out of the opening. But what is that attack roll, Elephant? And Netedion for your snake?
18.
18 hits.
16.
16 also hits.
Points of damage.
How much?
10.
Okay. Eleborn?
$29.
29 points of damage. What cantrip did you add to that?
The Fey Blast?
The Fey Blast. So, the arrow knocking it, these almost lightly glittery swirls of energy rapidly orbiting the arrow as it strikes into this earthworm creature, and Mags is dead.
No.
And strikes the creature, kind of setting off this muted explosion as it hits it with the force energy. The tendrils grasping you, Netedion, and you, Durand, loosen as the creature falls and slows to the ground.
I'm immediately knocking another arrow to shoot the thing that's running away.
Okay, so it's getting away from you. It's not, it doesn't seem like it's moving too quickly, but faster than a lot of the children. Durand, Netedion, Era.
I'm definitely gonna send my snake after it, at least, and I guess I would also be running towards it.
Okay, towards the spider-like thing. Alright. At this point, You can feel, again, a large pulse and vibration from the spire as the temple itself, the entire foundation, sort of sways and begins to crumble and collapse almost all at once. In splinters of wood and stone, the temple collapses, leaving nothing but the stone obelisk that extends far below the surface, as you know, and the spire and steeple above, on which is still clinging the Khazgalrith. Another one of these grub-like things falls about 20 feet to the ground and splats at the base of the pile on top of all of this rubble, the legs bursting forth from its body as it moves off in a different direction. You hear more yelling, more screams as those that can begin to try to make their way towards the rubble that was the exit to the monastery and begin to frantically try to climb up the stone and everything to maybe try to make their escape. You can see that this chaos survival is coming in and people are climbing over each other, shoving each other. Elevorn, go ahead and make an attack. As you aim, kind of have to readjust your aim quickly over Neredian's shoulder as she is taking off after this thing. Neredian, you quickly manage to catch up, outrunning your snake and managing to catch up to this spider-like creature as it's rearing on four hind legs to strike down at a young child. What do you do? What do you do?
Was an 18?
18 hits. No.
Miss.
No, 18 hits.
If I catch up the spider thing, I'll attack it.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll. So, Durand, Era, Elevorn is still kind of near you. She's just focused in another direction. Running off to one side of the rubble of the temple is Neredian. Around the other side, or across it, you can see that sort of backing up are two of these farmhands armed with nothing but their pitchforks or simple farm tools, and they're trying to stave off the approaching humanoid hyena demon creature.
Scorching.
I'll go for
my
them.
last scorching ray. I'll do two towards the hyena.
Okay.
And to assist, I guess Neri, and she's about to the spider thing.
Okay.
I don't understand. I guess she's
Durand.
Well,
probably
I
the
was
closest thing to you, other than the now dead demon that had just been grappling you, is perhaps 20, 30 feet away is the base of this, or the base above the surface of this obelisk pillar, and still about 20, 25 feet in the air, just hanging on with one of the massive lion paws, is the Khazgareth. The lower...
reasonably speaking, how big is this thing? The obelisk.
The obelisk? Well, above the ground here, it's about 25 feet up. It's the stone pillar that you guys had seen, but at the top it tapers off into the steeple, and then at the top is this ring, the sort of like sun symbol of Palor that at the moment you're getting this feeling that these vibrations, these pulses, these forces are emanating from it, and it almost is identical as when you had been standing near that doorway in the chateau.
Wait, can I don't know if it's too late. Can I direct a hit towards the thing?
You're saying you're trying to hit the steeple?
Well,
Or the
one
demon?
of my rays, yeah.
Sure, you can try.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, I mean, it's got the demon kind of all over it right now, but...
Well, bueno.
You're trying to weave through it and hit the steeple?
I guess it's a ray, right?
Yeah, go for it. I mean, it doesn't go through things, but yeah, go for it.
It doesn't go through things, but like if you want to block it, I don't mind too.
Either win-win, so go for it.
I rolled what was it? 25, 24, 25.
Yeah, all hit.
And
Elevort and Netadion, your damage on the spider slug creature.
You didn't even ask you. No,
9,
I rolled
7, 9.
16.
16 does hit, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Hera, what's your damage?
16 and 9.
Okay.
And I did 7 points of damage on the spider creature with incendiary edge.
Okay. Elevort?
Was 27 points with the Fey Blast attached to it.
Okay. So, as you approach from behind, as the creature is rearing back, you can see has these spider-like tusks or fangs at the front that kind of protrude out of the body. Almost looks like it's made of the same material that the creature's body is. But as the arrow pierces into the creature and Netadion, your blade comes in to finish it off as you drag it to the ground before it's able to reach the child. Era, your scorching ray connects with the hyena creature in the distance, as well as narrowly avoiding the demon to hit the spire. As the effects of your spells subside and little wisps of smoke clear, you can see that there's nearly an imperceptible, but you do notice a small crack in the steeple. Very small. Durand?
I guess I'm gonna just brute force this, as odd as this seems.
You're just gonna run at the obelisk and attack it? The stone pillar?
Wait, Ryan. Choo choo.
If I noticed a crack, then I would probably mention it anyways to everybody.
Okay.
To let know.
Alright.
I guess flipping through spells. I'm gonna
So,
I can-
Durand, you're running up to the base of this pillar and attacking it?
Yeah.
Okay, sure, attack the pillar.
I'm bigger, so that must mean something, right?
Enlarge, I believe it might do something. It
I
adds
think it
damage.
increases some strength, and your weapons are large too. So if you attack with weapon, it's gonna.
Right.
I don't know.
That was my thought.
Kind of a slower moving, larger Durand, just with the sword.
It's gonna be like that. How big is Duran now at the moment?
Oh, he's super big. He's like 12 feet tall.
Can I
Wait.
Can I climb him? Can I climb up on him?
You could.
Climb up on him.
Okay. Well, can you do that after I hit this?
Yeah, sure.
That I obviously can't miss because it's just a pillar, right?
It's not a matter of hitting or missing. It's a matter of hitting in such a way that you actually deal meaningful damage. So
Okay,
it does
well,
have an armor class.
Does it? Oh. So does a 24 do it?
Yes, that would.
Okay. I get an extra D4. Let's go enlarge.
Something at least.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
take
right.
those.
We take everything we can.
Uh, 18 total, all fancy damages added together.
Okay. So striking with your larger weapons and your larger frame, chipping away, you can see it. You actually hack a bit into the stone, sending pieces of it scattering and sort of chipping and denting into the obelisk itself. Netadion rushes up and begins to and leaps up halfway up to the dawn, grabbing onto his large belt loop and then climbing up the armor, beginning to make your way there. The Khazgalrith, the demon that was at the top of it, unfurls its crow-like wings and flaps and takes to the sky just a bit before the jaw comes unhinged again and another wave of abyssal wind down towards Durand, Netadion. And due to the angle, yeah, everybody would still be in it. Actually, hold on.
Well, could
What?
Era have gotten healed a couple times?
Oh, yeah. I'll go ahead and roll that. So we went through about 3. So, Era, you regain 11 more hit points. 3d6s. And I need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw, please. As the demon screeches this maddening abyssal wind down towards you, as one of the slug-like creatures that had fallen at the base bursts into its 4-foot spider form and is going to bite out at you, Durand.
Well, there goes my today's natural 20 because that's
Oh,
what it is.
yeah.
Well,
That's a 16 against you, Durand.
No, it doesn't hit me.
Its
My
mouth is too
whiz,
small.
my wisdom saving is 26.
Jesus Christ, how is that even possible? Era and Elavorn, you are too far away from Durand to get the +2.
19.
20. She said 9.
Okay, so everyone succeeds. So half damage all around.
which is
Yeah.
A bazillion.
16 points of psychic damage to everybody. As for a moment, the dimensions of the inner works of this monastery, what used to be like a small sort of hamlet, now the walls seem to momentarily just move further apart till they're like on the horizon almost, but then come back as you shake the effects of this madness off. Is anyone down?
Did I hellish rebuke it because it did damage?
I believe that Hellish Rebuke is a melee attack, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Okay. I thought it was pointing your finger. Hold on.
Hold on. Let me see. Creatures that damaged you. So yeah, you could.
I'm good, dude.
It's any damage. What?
Can I do it too?
Absolutely. So, Era and Elavorn, after taking this burst of psychic damage, both of you almost simultaneously point your finger back up towards the demon. And where Era's is this sort of trail of fire that leads back up toward Elavorn's is this sort of fey-like energy. But they sort of mesh and mingle, intertwine as they head back right up towards the demon, which is still screaming and bellowing down at you. That is for Eras. The dexterity saving throw on that is a 9. And Elavorn's an 8.
Can I divine rebuke?
No, you cannot.
divine rebuke.
Nice try.
I need to use second win.
Okay, so halfway up climbing Duran, you just okay, hold on. Just take a breath. Give me those hellish and fayish rebukes, people.
18 points of damage.
Okay.
Ring swirly doom. Oh, I did mine at second level.
Okay. Aaron?
If I get to Duran's shoulder or something, how far is the demon from
Well,
me?
the demon flew back up. Duran's shoulder is about 12 feet high right now. The top of the spire is about 8 feet more above you. And the demon just kind of began to hover back away from it. So that thing is maybe, I would say, 20 feet away from you.
God damn it.
Just jump towards it and attack it in midair.
Maybe I will do that. Yeah, I'll fucking do that. I'll jump at it and use my ribbons of returning. I'm just gonna try to grapple it.
Alright, make an athletics check as you climb up to Duran's shoulder. Kind of brace yourself, look, and Duran, as you're taking another swing at this obelisk, you just feel Nedadion. I mean, she's still kind of big. It's not like you're a giant and she's like that tiny, but kind of uses your head a little bit as balance and then leaps off your shoulder.
17.
17 athletics check, I'll allow it. So, you leap upwards and towards the demon, kind of passing by the obelisk, taking out incendiary edge with the ribbon of returning. You throw it. Make your attack roll.
Eight.
8. Attack roll, not damage.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No problem. So, in the distance,
24.
24 does hit, yes. And this is near the back of the monastery where these two are trying to stave off these two brave farmers are trying to stave off this demon with pitchforks. Unfortunately, they didn't come equipped for this. The hyena-like demon dodges out of the way of theirs, leaps up and pounces and forces one of the men to the ground and digs its jaws into his throat. As the other one is shouting at everyone else, "Go! Try to get out of here!" And he's kind of, you can see he's not combatants in any way. We're not fighters.
Am I falling with the demon because I refunded? It's grappled, isn't it?
It's grappled. That doesn't mean you're falling with it.
So,
It just means that you guys are attached, basically. So this
Yeah.
demon is pretty muscular, it's pretty strong. It's about 9 feet tall. So your dagger kind of jams into its upper thighs, and the ribbons sort of quickly wrap around it and like constrict it. You are holding on to the ribbon, and you're dangling there.
Okay, yeah, just making sure that how.
Yeah. So what's the damage? 8 points of damage, you said, right?
I mean, it was before. Do you want me to roll again? Because
No, you already rolled it, so that's fine.
So it was 8 then, yeah.
Okay. Durand, Era, Elevon. You still whacking at this obelisk, Durand?
Think so.
All right, go ahead and make your attack rolls.
Well, did my first attack seem like it did anything? Or...
It damaged it. It you can still feel this sort of pressure and pulsing from it, but you definitely hacked away at some of the stone. You were able to sort of cut into some of the stone, setting some of the pieces splintering and flying away. You don't know how much longer you're gonna have to do this to if you're trying to cut down a thick piece of stone like a tree. It's probably gonna take a while, but it did seem to do something. Like I said, you're at the base of this, so the stone pillar down here is pretty thick. It tapers off to a bit thinner up near the steeple, which is the symbol of Palor, the sun-like ring.
Well, weren't my rays attacking the ring itself? Right?
That's what you were aiming at, yes.
Okay, I'm making sure.
Yeah.
I guess I'll do firebolt.
At
The ring.
okay.
Oh
Go
wait.
ahead.
Yeah,
Hmm?
yeah.
All right. I love one.
I'm going to watch the thing move so that I walk through the healing spirit thingy, and also aim where she's aiming and shoot some fey energy at it.
Okay. Go for it. So everyone's just attacking this ring, this obelisk, as
I'm just dangling from
oh
the
yeah, and then except for Neridion, who's just like dangling from
Maybe-
this flying demon.
kind of like
Excellent.
trying to distract it and stuff like that, because I'm also gonna like pull on the ribbon while I'm dangling, so it would like kind of like I'm hoping it would. I mean, it doesn't necessarily go all the way down or anything, but it's just to distract it, I guess, to like, pull on it and make it focus on something else than what it is at the moment.
Okay. So what are these attack rolls against the pillar and the spire thing?
Attack rolls 25.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
Does 17 hit?
Yeah.
11 damage.
Okay.
Does
Okay,
my
then I'll
17 hit?
Yes. So while you guys are attacking this, after the arrow with the Phaedrich blast and the firebolt hit it, you can see that it cracks off a piece of the ring, kind of severing the ring itself. You can still sort of feel this pulsing coming through it as Duran continues to hack and chop away. The demon that you are grappling with the ribbons, Netadion, kind of has to flap a bit harder, but does so to move itself back over towards the spire, where it perches itself, takes a hold of the ribbon, and lifts you up to eye level with it.
Can I punch him?
You can certainly do that after it gets its attacks on you. So the scorpion tail whips around and is going to attack you at the same time that the jaw unhinges and he goes for a bite attack. So the bite attack first is a 14 to hit.
Is that rolled?
Hmm?
Oh.
14, Neridion. I don't think that hits.
No, it doesn't hit.
Okay. Next up is the tail. Jesus Christ, that's a 13. Come on. Bad dice.
God.
And then the claws. That's a 19 and a 23.
Yeah. Can I uncanny touch one of them?
All right. First or second?
Both.
I can do
Yes.
both. It's just one per turn. So, second, I don't know.
Alright, the first one deals 10 points of slashing damage, and the second one dealt 8 points, halved to 4. So 14 total.
Good coin flip.
Ow.
As Durand, the slug spider-like demon, attacks you again. And that is a 9 to hit at this
No.
point. Not able to find any purchase on your enlarged form. Begins to gitter over towards Era and Elevorn.
Wait, can I hit him?
Sure. If you turn and be like, and smash.
And can I punch the demon?
Sure, you can punch the demon if you want.
Yeah, because I'm just gonna. No, it's gonna be foolish and just hit him with
Lifting yourself
fist.
up and you kind of holding onto like the ribbon as he's pulling up the ribbon, and then once you get into his face, kind of managing to dodge a few, like just kind of spinning and twirling with the ribbons as he's not able to find perfect purchase. You kind of spin towards him, you get a good look at him, and you just extend out your fist and punch towards his face. Go ahead and roll an attack roll. This is going to be your strength modifier, though. So just a d20 plus your strength modifier.
$17.
19? Yeah.
17.
You managed what?
17.
Oh, 17. No. Unfortunately, that just misses. So you do manage to clock the demon in the jaw, but it doesn't seem to do enough to do damage. You just kind of almost looks amused and surprised that you would even try to do that, but the mouth opens and the long tongue kind of slaws out as it leers any closer to you.
Alright, so damage to Pillar was 29.
Okay.
Which is 2 points shy of literal max damage. I want to say that.
Nice. With the d4s too?
The d4 was a 4, 6 was a 4, and the 8s were 8s.
Nice.
And then hitting this dude was a 22.
Yep, that'll hit.
And then I will do whatever wizardry this feat does and stop it from moving.
Okay.
And the damage is 22.
Alright, you smash this thing into a pulp, and it's unmoving.
Oh, gone. I guess I don't know my own strength at this size.
Enlarged Durand. Right. So, the demon on top of this perch with Netadion attached to it by the ribbons. Everyone focusing on this obelisk in the spire while the hyena demon still now moves on. It has, by this point, chased down its second victim and is continuing around the perimeter of the monastery.
Not looking too great, by the way, guys.
The pulsings of the obelisk continue.
Well,
The ground continuing to grow unstable and collapsing as Duran, you're standing on the rubble of the temple. What are you doing, Olive?
Era and I attacked it, and you didn't take damage from either of us.
I got damage from Era. I think she did
Oh.
11. What was your damage?
Alright, well, it was 18.
18
No.
damage? Or
Wait.
18 to hit?
18 damage.
Okay. So, the arrow, the Fey Blast,
What?
has still attacks. You could now see that it's more of a, almost like an open U shape as you have taken off some of the sort of spikes that represented like the sun rays. This thing does seem damaged, but the the entire structure is still seemingly alive, pulsating, vibrating. Elevorn and Era, you guys are back far enough where you had exited the temple, so you're outside of like the rubble of the collapsed temple that the enlarged Durand is currently in and attacking away at the obelisk. But you see and you hear this sudden shifting. Durand, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as the ground around the obelisk, as it continues to vibrate out, begins to, like a sinkhole, collapse inwards.
A lot. 24.
24. Okay. You manage before the ground itself just gives way around you, and the rest of the ground is to follow to where there's nothing supporting the ground below, but the entire obelisk down 80 feet to where you guys had fought the other demons. And Kester, you can see the obelisk, the near 100-foot tall obelisk, all the way down as the entirety of this, at least the temple area, you're not sure how far out this sinkhole is going to expand, begins to collapse inward. Durand, you manage to not fall, but instead, with your enlarged form grabbing the obelisk itself, very much King Kong onto the obelisk. But the ground itself is, like solid ground, is quickly moving away from you. So, depends. If you want to get on solid ground, you might be able to, or you can still cling to the obelisk. What do you want to do? Durand.
I guess I'll climb it.
Alright, so you're clinging to it as the ground continues to collapse outward until this obelisk is basically there, and the entire ground around it, out to about 20 feet in any direction, has collapsed down inward. So there's this giant hole with nothing but this obelisk coming out from the center of it, onto which Durand is clinging onto, and Netadion and the demon are perched on top of. What's everyone doing? As people begin to run past you, still fleeing from the hyena. You can see
God.
people beginning to run into separate buildings, just trying to hide anywhere they can to avoid all that's going on. And so, still dangling there, Netadion, you look down. You can see the large Durand grabbing onto the obelisk, maybe about 10, 15 feet below you, and then just further than even you can see downwards, the spire just disappearing into blackness. Almost gives you a little bit of vertigo.
Wait,
Holy.
I'm a bit confused. Neri is being held by the demon, the dead
I'm
demon, right?
holding on to the demon
Oh,
with
you're
my
holding it.
weapons of returning.
Yeah, so basically Neridion has her weapons have these magical ribbons that she can attach to them that she can like throw and grapple a creature with. She did that to the demon while it was flying, and now her and the demon are basically intertwined by these ribbons.
Excellent.
Excellent.
It's not excellent.
Oh my
Not
goodness.
excellent at all
I'm so
anymore.
surprised.
Can I use Sanctuary on Neri?
Sure, just King Kong grabbing onto it, you reach up, you cast Sanctuary on Neridion.
Yeah.
What does that do?
I
If
think
something-
anytime something needs to attack you, it has to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. And choose a new target or lose it.
Okay. Durand, you're no longer large enough to hold on to the obelisk.
Oh
What
no.
in the heck?
What?
Why?
Enlarge is a concentration spell. Isn't Sanctuary?
Sanctuary
Sanctuary is
isn't.
not concentration? Since when?
It
It's
doesn't
not?
say it on my list.
Hold on. I thought it was. It sounds like it should be. If not, then forgive me.
Bonus action, duration a minute, range 30 feet, components, verbal, somatic, and whatever the M is, I can't remember.
It doesn't
Okay,
say.
No, it's not it sounds like it should be. Okay, sure.
I get scared because I always think it's
Oh, okay. So basically, Neridion, you can't attack though. Otherwise, it ends.
Ungrateful.
eating apples.
That's fine because my main point was trying to like distract it. by
Yeah, he is.
hanging on to it.
You did that, yeah.
That's my fault.
You got the
Yeah.
attention onto him. Onto you, rather.
Just gonna look at Duran and be like, I'm in trouble a little bit.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, well, any healing I can do at this point is to touch, so.
it's so sad.
You gonna climb up, try to touch Neridion?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't eat those.
So, climbing upwards
I mean, you could try it.
towards
but
the top of the
it's-
spire. Now it's
terrible.
you, like, grabbing onto the base of where the steeple sort of tapers off.
You
A
could have-
large claw
Alright.
grabbing onto it, where on top of that, the demon is perched with Neridion, sort of dangling in its grasp. You reach up with your other hand and just lay 3 large fingers onto Neridion's back.
There you go. 10 heals.
10 is what you said?
Yeah, 10.
10.
Thank you. But it's still kind of like not what I want to do.
Alright.
I'll be
Aaron?
Where's
honest.
the bastard?
I'm afraid will my fire burn her ribbons? Because
Probably not.
or fire will away.
Well, fireball.
Or have nothing.
Okay. Fireball. Yeah? I just want to make sure you said ball and not bolt.
Bolt. He has no spell
Bolt.
slots.
Oh, okay. So go ahead and make an attack. Are you still attacking the steeple or the demon itself now?
For now, I'm gonna swap to a demon.
Alright, go ahead and make your attack roll. Elevorn?
Hi, I'm going to run after that evil were demon thingy that's chasing all the little kids down.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so you head around the perimeter of this large gaping hole in the center of the monastery, out towards where the people are running past you, towards you can see they're all in a frantic panic, all running in the opposite direction as this humanoid on 4 legs with the hyena-like faces running, chasing after them. You can see the fur around the jaw just matted and coated in blood. As you can see, others behind it are.
Wait a minute.
Down. What?
Wait, can I just attack instead of like the obelisk thing, not the ring itself? Can I attack the thinner part of the statue and try to break it from there?
You can try.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I thought that's what we were doing.
Yeah, you're attacking the steeple part.
But not the thin part, right?
Well, that's the
Right.
the part. Like you can't. Okay, so you're attacking something. If you're trying to go for pinpoint accuracy, that's going to drastically increase the armor class. Like the more focused you get on a specific area, the harder it is to hit. So I thought I was calculating just for attacking the steeple structure in general, like the ring. If you're saying I want to attack where it connects to the obelisk, that's going to be a lot harder. Is that what you're doing?
Well, how much harder are we talking about? My options are limited.
And you're saying it's like it's like, can you hit the target with an arrow, or can you
With
hit
my
the
eyes
bullseye?
closed.
Like that's a big difference,
Fuck it, yeah. Yeah, fuck it, yeah, sure. Why not?
Alright. Make your attack roll. So
Ah,
Elevorn, now it's really just you get to the point where it is you are the only person in this hyena demon's way, and it's coming towards you, maybe 30 feet away.
out of character question.
Yes.
How big is the demon compared to Durand?
Duran's actually larger than it at this point. The demon itself is about 9 feet tall. Duran's around 12 within large.
Okay.
Nary, where's your snake?
I
Yeah,
think I would have, since the spider one died, I think I would also send it after the hyena.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Elevorn and the giant constrictor snake make their way together towards the hyena demon. As Neridion you're kind of swinging and rotating in the air, but you manage to still kind of direct your snake, and you can see Elevorn running through a crowd of people that are making their way in the other direction.
Thankfully, Elevorn is really easy to spot because she's so colorful.
He's so colorful.
Oh, I forgot. I rolled a 19. Wait, no,
19.
18. My attack roll.
19. Specifically on that point, you barely miss it with the firebolt.
Alright, well.
Looking down now towards Durand and Neridion, the demon again unleashes a blast of abyssal wind. I need the two of you to make wisdom saving throws. Durand is now within range of you enough, Neridion, that you get the +2.
Uh, 22.
Alright, what was that?
10 for me.
Okay, Durand?
22.
22. Alright, Durand, you take 16 points of psychic damage. Neridion, you take 32.
Down. I'm falling. I'm gonna fall because I'm down.
Yep. Neridion begins to fall. Durand, you can see as you manage to resist the impacts of this maddening abyssal breath, Neridion kind of loses her grip on the ribbons. They sort of retract and she begins to fall from the top of the spire. You can see almost in slow motion that she's falling.
Can I jump and try to grab her?
You can just try to grab her first. Let's see. Go ahead
That's
and
a
make
better idea, actually.
yeah. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throws. This is a reaction that you need to be quick about. Especially because you're so high up there, you don't have as much time to react. If you're further down, you might have more time to react, but you're gonna have to be pretty quick about this one.
24.
That's pretty quick. You managed to just reach down and in the palm of your hand, sort of grab and cradle the unconscious body of Netadion. Still, now you have no hands free. You're grabbing onto the obelisk with one hand, you got Netadion in the other.
Is this a good enough, like, just imagining this is funny. Can I lay on hands with one hand?
Yeah,
Plus
I
a
don't
touching.
see why not.
Yeah. Alright, well, she's by 5.
5 hit points. And then you feel this sort of warmth come over your body as your eyes come back open. You're no longer up at the demon, but you're not too far away from where you had been. Just blinking, you are now being cradled in large Duran's arms. Duran, I need you to make a concentration check as well. So Constitution saving throw, please.
Constitution. It is 22.
All right, you managed to maintain concentration.
I'm still kind of low with health and everything, so I'm pretty worried.
We're on the same boat.
I know, but since Durand is still large,
Just throw me away from here.
no, I think
Get me away from this thing.
I think I'll just try to like get to his neck, I guess, and just try to stay hidden over there. I don't know.
So you place massive Durand behind you and the demon, and is not so massive that he's like a giant. Like I said, it's more like you're a child hanging onto the back of a parent. Really, is what it is.
Yeah, but I mean, still.
That's like the size difference we're talking here.
So
Something.
I'm going to lethargic breath and then slide down this thing.
You've used your action to get Neri back up.
Oh, okay, true. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll bring it to Elevorn. You're facing down this hyena demon. Giant constrictor stays still at your side, as it's not a concentration thing, it just is there. Basically, if Neridion's not up, it's going to act on its own volition. But what are you doing, Elevorn?
Just hit it with fish blast.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack.
Oh, it's a natural 20.
Nice.
Yeah, that would hit.
Since I'm kind of like sort of chilling behind Durand, can I tune to the ring?
That takes more than it takes longer than a minute.
How long would it take then?
At least a minute, probably. Like I don't think we established exactly, but I think it was like a minute. I we'll have to make establish the rules on like a quicker attunement thing. I'm not 100% sure on it. So as for now, it's still the normal attunement rules until.
Okay, then I won't do it.
Go ahead and roll damage, Elevorn. So that's with the one bolt. Are you using all three, or were you using the bow? So, Durand, you said that you were just sliding down, getting away from this thing?
Yeah, if I don't have another action, I'd rather slide down. Trying to get away.
How far? Are you just trying to control all the way to the bottom, or are you just trying to get a specific amount of distance between you and the demon?
Probably all the way to the bottom.
Alright. So that's basically like a controlled fall. Say make an athletics check to see how well you can control this descent.
25.
Okay, yeah. You do take 1 point of friction damage. And I do need you to make a concentration check from taking that 1 point of friction damage.
14.
You're good. Alright, so as Durand is sliding down the obelisk, the surface getting further and further away by the second, you see the demon perching on top, leap down from there, its wings splayed, and it glides down out of the two of you's field of view towards Era. Elevorn, what was that damage for against the hyena? If you said something, I couldn't hear you.
I don't know, like 5.
Didn't it crit?
I don't know.
I mean, I thought you said natural 20, so that would have been great.
Alright, so Era with Durand and Nerian dropping into the hole beneath your line of sight. Elevorn out confronting the hyena. The goat-faced demon glides over and lands about 5 feet in front of you. Let's take a break. At that point, seems like a good place to break.
Bye-bye.
I am back.
I'm back also.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
One sec.
All right. Dune? So once Dune's back, we'll continue.
Maybe we could answer my question. I don't know. But
Sorry, you're a bit quiet.
I just said maybe you could answer a question, but I don't know. But magical darkness, like when you cast the darkness spell, does dark vision work on that?
It shouldn't.
Don't believe so, no.
Mm.
Dark vision doesn't. The only thing that does cut through that is true sight and blind sight. But you're not sure of the traits that this demon has. So if you wanted to test that, you could.
Well, coño, I don't really have a choice.
Alright. Durand, are you back?
I don't think so. I mean, he's traumatized.
Okay.
True.
Wait, so was that you back or no?
No, I'm not back. I'm traumatized.
Okay. I'm not sure if are you can we go or not?
Yeah, please, just.
Okay, so
Stop messing, Dune.
coming back into it. Elevorn had just confronted the hyena demon. She sent out a bolts of this fey blast that impacts the hyena demon, dislocating part of its jaw. You can see parts of its fur and flesh had been burnt and scorched away by previous attacks, as well as you can see it bleeding from previous bite wounds from the short-lived wolves that Elevon had conjured. But even so, with this last attack, Elevon, the painted demon, is now fast approaching and is about to pounce onto you and make its round of attacks. Era, you are standing there. You watch as Duran slides out of view, and with that, the large goat-faced demon leaps down and lands in front of you and is preparing to maul you with these large lion-like paws. Durand, as you're sliding down, you get to maybe 30 feet to where you can no longer see the demon. Are you going to continue all the way to the bottom, or are you going to try to stop your descent?
Still clinging on to Duran.
Yeah. There you go. So just clinging on.
Can I see Era?
You cannot. You're too far down. You saw the demon from the top of the spire glide down to the surface, to the ground level, but you can't see that. The walls of this hole, this pit that you're descending into, cuts off your line of sight.
Let's see.
Also,
Wait.
I was just going to say that Era has had the boon of the little fairy dragon keeping her company, so I don't know how many thingy or whatever's, just in case you're kind of hurt. You might help
Yep.
a little.
All right.
If I get, how would that?
So, Era, as the demon lands in front of you, you have time to do something. One thing. What are you doing?
I'm gonna dart. I'm gonna fucking shield.
What's a reaction, woman? Use darkness.
Shield the reaction, and it takes a spell slot, which you said you don't have, right? So.
Well, wait, no, hold on. I think isn't darkness? It's not a spell that I have.
Darkness is you have a special spell slot that you can use to cast it once a day.
Well, yeah, fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like your hellish rebuke thing. So almost instinctively, reactively, you pull on your tiefling heritage and draw deep, and this sphere of magical darkness engulfs both you and the demon. There's just a brief split second of a moment of where nothing happens, but you feel this slight presence of that fairy dragon healing spirit spell around you. You do restore 7 hit points, but then lashing out in the darkness towards you is the demon. Its first attack is a 16 to hit.
Can I shield that bad boy?
Do you have a spell slot?
Yeah. Wait. Let me double check. Yeah, I do.
Okay, because I thought you previously said you were completely out, but...
Well, I didn't count level 1 because, But yeah. Oh.
Okay, so you use your reaction. You shield, so that bumps up your armor class to what, 21 until the start of your next turn?
Memento.
Think.
Yes.
Alright, so just almost feeling out the attack, just instinctively, not even sure what's coming, but you toss up the shield and you hear the impact and the ricochet of the attack going off of your shield. Second attack with disadvantage. It was a natural 20 and a 24. So that's the hit.
Shield that?
Well, your shield is still up. You can't stack the shield. You've already used your reaction. Okay. So your AC is 21, I believe, until the start of your next turn. So 24 would hit, as you can feel just this scorpion tail-like pincer jab into just above your collarbone. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
$13.
13. No. So you take 12 points of piercing damage and 18 points of poison damage.
Wait, what? What was the first one?
12 and 18, so 30 total.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, shit.
1 HP.
2 more attacks coming your way.
Oh,
Another natural 20. And the second
No.
one is with disadvantage because of the darkness. But the second one is a 12 plus 11, so 23.
Adios,
And-
amigos.
You feel the arcane shield, you feel that force just kind of shatter as then you just get mauled with this large lion-like paw. And Elevorn, in the split second out of the corner of your eye, before the hyena leaps onto you, you can see the darkness that had just gone up disperse, and Era is on the ground beneath the paw, beneath the demon, who then takes its final attack. Rolls with advantage, and that is a 17, which does hit, and you are down. And so it comes down and just digs into your unconscious chest, Era, and you automatically fail 2 death saving throws. Elevorn, the hyena leaps onto you, and the slightly dislocated jaw opens up and it attempts to bite down onto you. First attack is a 13 to hit.
No.
Okay, so you manage to get out of the way. It kind of skids to a halt and then reels back with both of its claws. The first claw attack is a 26.
Yeah, I'm gonna hellish rebuke it.
Okay, so
That's
you
evil.
take 9 points of piercing damage from that. And then the hellish rebuke, go ahead. It does succeed with a 16 plus 4, 20 on its dexterity saving throw. All the while, the people have scattered and they're attempting to climb up the rubble. You can see some of them managing to get a bit way up, but then sliding back down as they lose their grip. Bask is around them trying to get the people away and get them up and out, turning back towards the demon and loosing an eldritch blast towards it as it still stands over Era's barely clinging to life body.
It's 11.
11 points of damage. Is that total or halved already?
Oh, it's not halved. That's
Okay, so 5 points from the halved, and it, still alive, makes its final claw attack at you. That's a 14 to hit.
Haha, it misses. No, boo boo. Oh,
Right.
shit.
And I need you to make a concentration check for healing spirit.
That's a 15.
Yeah, you're good.
Can I move
Oh.
the healing spirit over there as my bonus action? Or no, it's not my turn. It's the hyena's turn. Never mind.
So Durand, you no longer have sight on the demon. Nedadion still barely has the strength. It is just clinging to you. What are you doing? You can either climb back up, stay where you are, or continue your descent.
How far am I going? I wasn't planning on going like all the way to the bottom or anything.
Oh, okay, because that's what you had said. But basically, right where you are right now, you're about 30 feet from the top, maybe about 20, 25 feet from where you can get visual on what's going on at surface level.
Oh, by bottom, I meant that I wanted to get back onto like regular surface, not to the bottom of this freaking thing.
Zen did say that, the ground around the
Yeah,
Oh,
I thought
yeah.
it was weird, but
weird,
I mean,
so-
Basically, you are in a pit that's basically the size of what the temple was, because the entire base of the temple structure collapsed as the obelisk had pulsed out and vibrated this force of energy. It began to collapse in sinkhole around you. You grabbed onto the obelisk, and then basically it was about 10 feet, 20 feet in any direction towards surface where you were grabbing onto. And the only thing here, other than the vast void below down to where you had fought the two demons before, is this pillar that is sticking, this 100-foot tall pillar that is jutting out of the ground.
Okay, so this entire it's just a pillar, and then like 50 feet out there's ground.
Well, 20 feet out. 20 feet.
Okay.
But so you're gonna climb your way back up? Gonna whisper words of encouragement there, Dion? or go back up there. Whatever you do, let's just cut our losses.
Go up. I don't want to go this far down. What are you doing?
Go back there. Neri with her 5 hit points.
I guess I'm climbing back up to.
Alright, so climbing back up as you get higher and higher, your large weight in combination with, whatever little bit Neridion adds, plus the damage that the obelisk took, you can feel these sort of structural failings of the obelisk as you climb up towards the more tip, and you can sort of see where cracks are beginning to propagate through it. But as you get back to where both you and Neridion can now see what's going on above here, you can see in Elevorn severely wounded, Era currently down unconscious with the demon standing over her. Elevorn, you move the fairy dragon back and swirls over Era's body. Era, you restore 5 hit points. You come back to consciousness, your vision swirling, your head pounding, just pain all over, and still this demon above you, its tail pointing down at you, tongue slawed out of the reptilian-like mouth. You just don't know when to die. Elevorn, what are you doing? You have this hyena thing that looks like it's pretty badly beat up. The demon over Era looks like it's taken some hits, but is still pretty healthy, pretty angry.
By the way, what about the snake now? Since
the snake would be around the hyena. If you want to, you can have the snake, the constrictor snake, also lash out and attack the hyena demon if you want. It was a little bit behind Elevorn, but during their confrontation, it's made its way up there. Go ahead and roll for attack for the snake. Yes, Elevorn, you're doing what?
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm just going to yell at the demon thing that isn't attacking me and be like, you know what? You smell really funny. And I'm gonna cast some green sparkly fey energy at him, or try to.
Okay, go ahead and roll for your attacks. What was that, Neridion?
17.
17 does hit, yes. Go ahead and roll damage for the giant constrictor snake. As Elevorn, the hyena, which was rearing back to attack you again, the snake begins and wraps itself around the humanoid part of this demon's body and restrains it in place.
15.
15?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot.
2d6s plus 4. If
Yeah,
it's bite.
Does 18 hit that stupid thing over Era?
18 barely hits that stupid thing over Era, yes.
Well, great, because I rolled 2 18s and another natural 20.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
go ahead and roll the non-crits first.
7 points.
7 total.
Yeah.
All right, so roll the crit now. So double the last dice.
So it's 14.
14. All right. As you're it's facing away from you. These 3 bolts of Fey energy strike at its back in rapid succession. You can see basically some of the fur on the back of the creature has been burned away, leaving these welting bruises in their place. And the creature slowly turns its gaze towards you, its head almost completely turning 180 degrees around.
You're an owl!
Almost, not quite 180 degrees. But its head turns and the body slowly follows.
Creepy.
But yeah, that's right.
Durand, Neredian, Era. Durand, you get to a point where you can see the cracks around this obelisk continuing to propagate through, and with a little bit of an additional help, you might be able to break it, but you're still clinging to it.
Can I firebolt it, or do I have to like roll to get up?
So you're still within 5 feet of it. You can firebolt it, but it would be at disadvantage because you're close range.
Okay.
I think she means the pillar.
Oh, the pillar? Alright, yeah. Go ahead and firebolt the pillar if you want.
Can I... How, like... Okay, so the pillar is there, so how far is the edge of the pit?
20 feet.
20 feet.
And Duran's barely crosses. So it's like, at this point, it would be like almost a 20-foot straight jump. You still have like 20 feet more higher that you can go above the ground, but with Duran's climbing speed, wasn't able to get to the very top of the obelisk. So right now it would be a straight up just 20-foot long jump.
It's a risk. And since you didn't decide on the time how long it takes to reattune to the ring, so I can't use that. I should have thought about that before. Yeah, I got nothing else except cling on to Rond.
Okay.
Do you have a potion still? Because you could knock one of those back.
19. That's my attack.
19. Go ahead and roll your damage. I believe it's what, 2 or 3d10 for you? 2, I think, at this level.
2d10.
Mm-hmm.
$14.
14. So you're aiming at the pillar?
Yeah.
Okay. So almost like Heimdall, Era laying on her back, just extends the hands from beneath this demon out towards where Durand is clinging onto this pillar with Neredian and unleashes a firebolt towards the obelisk. It impacts it. And Durand, you can hear the sound of stone grinding and cracking as the cracks propagate all the way through it, and the obelisk begins to tilt and then crack and then fall. So right now the obelisk itself that you're grabbing onto is collapsing.
Shit. Does it collapse like so that it would create a...
You guys are falling towards the ground at this point. Where you're hanging onto it now, you would, if Duran was to hang on, he would be suspended, like hanging onto it over the pit. If you wanted to try Netadion, you could try to leap off of his back as it's
Yes.
falling. All right,
Yes.
so Durand wants you to make a strength saving throw. Netadion, a dexterity saving throw.
Strength. I'm good at these.
Unnatural 20.
Okay.
Hey, that's my number.
Unnatural
it's
20 as well.
mine.
It's mine.
Oh, it's mine. What's your
All
own
right.
number?
Moving quickly as the obelisk begins to crack and fall towards the ground. Netadion, you scramble up Duran's body, and before it impacts, you leap off and manage to just get to the other side and land on solid ground. Duran, the obelisk, collapses, almost like making a bridge from where the rest of the pillar is to the ground itself, and you manage to hold on and steel yourself and just grab onto it. So now you are holding onto the center of this obelisk, suspended over this 100-foot deep pit.
I'm exhausted for Durant.
Like,
I
you
would
have
like to
dig
reach
your
solid
claws
ground.
into the stone as you just kind of slowly lose your grip and manage to clasp onto it.
Alright, well, I'm gonna make my way to solid ground if I can.
Okay, just kind of monkey barring your way across.
Yeah.
Alright, you begin to head there as the demon era. The
Yes.
tail is going to come down on you before it heads in the direction of Elevorn. That's a 30 to hit.
I'll go back.
Tail comes down. Please make a Constitution saving throw. Or let's just see if it's even. So you take 11 points of piercing damage. So again, right into the center of your chest, and with you seeing Netadion land on the ground maybe 15 feet away from you, and the pillar toppling is your last conscious visual. With Netadion just out of reach, you slip back into unconsciousness. The demon then moves swiftly, kind of half leaping, half gliding over to in front of you, Elevorn, where it's going to attempt to bite you. That's a 19 to hit.
Yeah. If I don't immediately die, I want to hellish rebuke it.
Okay. You take 12 points of piercing damage. Are you hellish rebuking?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. It's dexterity saving throw. It's a 22. So it's going to take half damage from this.
So, I completely lost track. What happened to the hyena thing?
The hyena is currently, your snake is currently coiled around it, restraining it. And it looks like it is on its last legs. It looks very weak, the life being squeezed out of it by the giant constrictor snake. It looks like it's about to try to attempt to tear and bite its way through the snake, but it's not being able to get itself ready and find purchase on that yet. It's kind of just thrashing about.
Okay.
So that was 8, so it took 4 points of damage.
4 points. Now the claw. That is an unnatural 20.
Yeah.
6 points of slashing damage. And its second and final claw attack.
I'm already down.
Elevorn is down. And again, the second claw comes down on top of her prone, unconscious body. 2 death saving throws. Failed. So, Durand, you manage to monkey bar your way across, grab onto the edge, and pull yourself up. About 10 feet away from you is Era's prone body, and then around the edge of this hole is Elevorn, maybe 40, 50 feet away from you. Netadion, you're on the ground. The hyena constricted by your snake barely clinging to life, and the demon still looking fairly healthy, but you can see the wounds beginning to manifest.
Ugh.
As your focus is drawn towards the demon, both Durand and Netadion, Era, you
What's
restore 3 hit points. Elevorn, you restore 6. Coming back to consciousness. Looking over towards the rubble at the entrance to the monastery. Standing atop the crumbled stones and wood from the destroyed gate, you can see, near out of breath, hands outstretched surveying the field. Towards you, Tana, Connor, Torban, and Svengrid. They help some people up and then begin to make their way down the rubble towards the demon, unsheathing their weapons as they do so. Daran, Netadion, what are you doing?
I believe that my incendiary edge is kind of still on the demon's leg, so I think if I can, I would like to take I did have some poison. It's Medusa snake venom that I had. I have that.
Okay.
I would like to take that and also get Shadow Edge out and dip the Shadow blade in it.
Okay, so you coat your Shadow Blade with the poison.
And then I would like to throw the weapon at the demon.
Alright. So bonus action to take it out and coat it, and go ahead and make an attack roll.
So I'm conscious again with 3 HP.
Yes,
I can firebolt.
you could, but
I will.
first is Nerdian and Daran.
18.
18 to hit, that barely hits.
Okay, so
So
how
go ahead
does
and
this...
roll the psychic damage, because the demon does not seem affected by the poison.
Oh, fuck. Fuck that guy. Seven.
7 points of psychic damage. So Dawn, you make your way back to solid ground, standing 12 feet tall. You can see the 4 members of the Platinum Aegis heading towards you quickly and towards the demon as there's this crackling of lightning and electricity as Connor takes out the staff of lightning bolts and aims it towards the demon.
Can I
That's
reach
a
the
9
demon?
dexterity throw. What?
Can I reach the demon?
You could, yes. With an athletics check to jump part of the corner of the hole, you could. Otherwise, it would take a dash action. So it's up to you how much you want to risk.
Oh my god. You know, actually, reckless abandon. We're playing this as Durand, so what do we get here? Let's get Dune out of here and let's think Durand.
Oh yeah, your girlfriend's down, man.
Yeah.
Athletics. Athletics, right? Please tell me it's athletics.
A long jump? Yeah, that would be athletics.
Perfect. It's a 23.
Yeah, you managed to, especially in your enlarged form, you jump and clear it easily, full stride, not missing a beat. You run up behind the demon who had just finished withdrawing its bloodied claw from Elevorn's downed body. And as you're running towards it, this
Yeah.
lightning, this blue-white streak of lightning bolt hits the demon in the back from Connor's staff. And with a fail, the demon takes 40 points of lightning damage.
My God.
Half, because he's resistant, so 20.
Oh. I will blinding smite.
Go for it.
Goodbye, enlarge.
Well, I rolled a 19 for the firebolt.
Okay. 19. Yep, that would hit. So as you come down with the sword, your divine energy infused into the blade, your body begins to shrink as you follow through with the weapon's attack.
The attack is... God, I can't math. 25.
25 hits, yeah. And his constitution saving throw is +5, so that's 11.
Ten.
10 points of fire damage as your strike hits, the firebolt comes over your shoulder and strikes the demon as well.
Oh God, that's right. I gotta add 3d8.
Mm-hmm.
I was just doing like regular weapon damage.
No, it's plus 3d8, plus any divine smite you want to pump into it as well.
Actually, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do... Oh, well, that was a 2, so let's use my last level 2. So Blinding Smite was a level 2, and then I'm using one more spell slot of the level 2 to smite it.
Okay.
Oh, but that's Nick.
You wanted to continue to attack the hyena?
Yes.
Go for it. Elevorn, your eyes flutter open to see they're engaged in battle not 5 feet away from you, Durand and the demon. This radiant blade of energy coming down and striking the demon across the face and between its eyes as the dark, demonic eyes, all 4 of them, go snowy white with blindness.
Oh, the freaking lightning is halved, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Crap. Okay, so this is... I rolled
Tell me
a
what the
3 on the
lightning
dice.
is.
That's a 1?
1
I rolled
for
a
the
3
lightning?
on the lightning. I rolled a 3
Okay,
for the
so
lightning,
1.
so it's 1, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, and then the rest of the damage is 35.
35. And instantly in this barrage, the demon itself with the lightning strike, with the fire bolt and the radiant smiting sword, the demon instantly looks battered, weak. You cut through part of its eye and continue the slash downward and sever one of its crow-like wings. It screams out this terrible abyssal screech. It seems very pained. The obelisk itself, the downed one, you feel the slight pulsings from it, but it seems to be growing weaker and weaker.
My second attack is 24.
24 does hit.
And the same 3 on the bro. Whatever. Okay, so that's a 1, and then the other 2 is 14.
Okay. So, Nerdian, what's the damage from the snake?
I mean, I rolled 15 on it. You didn't even ask that again. I rolled
so
for the hit. I rolled 15.
15 barely hits.
$13.
13. The snake continues to constrict until the bones, the hyena's body crack and a yelp of pain before it slumps to the ground. The constrictor snake still squeezing tightly, but the hyena demon is dead.
Since I probably would notice that the hyena's dead, and then I would command the snake to go after the demon.
Okay. Elevorn, you're conscious, barely alive. Still on your back. What are you doing?
How dare you hurt the kids? What is... And I'm just going to try to hit him with more Fey energy.
Go for it. So
Is this
from
at
your back, that's going to be
disadvantage?
at disadvantage, yes.
Okay. Okay, so 1 misses, because that was a 16.
Yep.
And another 1 misses.
Okay.
They all miss.
And everyone's just blind with rage and kind of just like you're seeing double still. Your vision hasn't completely come back. So you swear you hit one of them, but your vision still doubled, so it actually misses, and the Fey bolts go careening off into the sky in the distance.
Gonna just hit his leg or something.
You just kick out towards his leg.
Actually, I'm gonna stand up too.
Okay. So everyone struggles back to her feet. Everyone just in time for you to see rushing up to Duran's side is Svenkrid.
Hey, it's you. Hi. This guy's bad.
I gathered as much. You sure know how to find them. Duran with me?
Always.
Alright. So. Neridion. What are you doing with your own attack action or whatever you're doing?
I mean, I would get close enough to grab incendiary edge, and then I'm just gonna pull on it. I'm gonna try to make the fucking asshole fall, on his face.
Alright, so you're gonna rush up. You can see where the blade is still dug into the thigh, the ribbons trailing off maybe about 10-15 feet away from it when it to where it had come from, which is in your direction. So rushing up kind of behind where Durand and Svenkrid are, you grab the ribbons and pull. Go ahead and make a strength check. Durand, Era, and Svenkrid, go ahead and make attack rolls. Well, first, actually, let's see how this Nerdian thing goes, and then the demon itself is going to lash out. Then it'll be your turns.
17.
17. It rolled a 17 as well,
God.
but it has a +4 to its strength. So, unfortunately, you managed to pull and hold it tight, but reestablishing your grapple on the creature so it can't move further away from you, but not able to pull it off of its feet. So
Okay.
blinded with disadvantage, it's going to attack you, Duran. First off is the bite. That's a 23 to hit.
Yeah.
You take 8 points of piercing damage. the tail comes around. That's a 27 to hit.
My god, it's doomed.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay. $18.
You succeed. So you take 7 points of piercing damage and 5 points of poison damage. So 12
Holy.
total. Now the claws. That is a 17 to hit.
Nope.
And the final attack with disadvantage is a natural 1.
Do you want to know my HP?
Hmm?
Close. Super close.
Hmm?
A little closer.
Hmm?
Yes.
So, holding on to your last bit of vitality, you manage to deflect one of the claw attacks, and the last claw just wildly misses. Now, Duran, Sven, and everyone, what are you guys doing? This demon is sort of flailing around, still angry, still very powerful in its attacks, as you could see that just cutting across Duran's lower jaw, the tail deeply gouges him, still very dangerous and powerful, but seemingly on its last legs.
Well, my snake would try to constrict it, I guess.
Okay.
I'm bonus action shield of faith, and then attacking twice.
Go for it. Elavon, you've made it back to your feet. You can see Netadion there, the ribbons wrapped around her. She's pulling it tight, trying to keep this demon as subdued as possible for the ongoing attacks. You see Durand taking hits and just blood pouring from his lower jaw, and the wounds open up, and he seems exhausted on his last breath, but he musters up whatever strength he can to make some more attacks and trying to bring this thing down. Svenkrid attacking in tandem with him. Era from the distance, clutching at wounds, aiming a spell out towards the demon.
Did you want me to roll for the snake?
Yeah, sure. And the snake coming up as well.
That's a 23.
Yeah.
I rolled an 11.
Alright, that's a miss, unfortunately.
Just thorn whip him.
Alright, go for it.
And since the snake hit and is constricting, the demon takes 14 points of damage.
Alright, my stuff. It was... First attack is a 19.
Okay. That hits.
We do... Hey, I rolled a 1 on the 6 anyways. Suck it. Wait, is that 0?
Yes, it's 0. We've talked about
Oh my god. True. Whatever, the rest of the damage is 15.
Okay. Second attack.
Second one is...
The snake, the demon is now restrained. So does everyone get advantage?
It's good. Not everybody, but
Well, almost.
they're on hit anyway, so
What if I get a 20 though?
go for it.
Alright, let me roll a second
As
time.
the snake coils up around the other leg of this demon, the other like sort of goat-hoofed leg of the demon that your ribbons aren't, now completely rooting it in place so that it can't move. The ribbons coil around one leg, the snake coil around the other.
I rolled a. Oh, it didn't change anything because I rolled a 19, but it was close. All right. The second one, also advantage. Yes. That one. That one did the trick. That one gave me a 20, or the 12 and a 20.
A natural
Yeah.
20? All right. You're going to smite it?
Yeah, my
Crit
last
smite?
level 1 slot.
Okay. LF1, how's the one hit?
It was an 18.
That does hit barely.
Lightning. Wait, lightning is just flat. Was it crit? So it
It
doesn't get
all
reduced?
crits. It crits and then you have it. So crit first and then half.
But I'm saying for the lightning die.
Yeah. So double it, then half it. It could make a difference.
Oh. Oh, true. Okay, well, it doesn't because it's a 5. It's just
So
a 5.
Yeah.
Alright, and then.
Well, it matters what order you do it in, right? Because if you half it first, that reduces to 2 and then doubled is 4.
Oh, I
right?
see. Yeah, true.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, what was the damage LF1? Did you tell me?
12 points.
12 points, okay.
It's just kind of lash out around his neck.
The rest of that is 41.
41. All right. Durand and Svenkrid reel back, both of their blades humming with divine energy as the snake coils its way up around the leg of the demon, holding its legs in place. Nedadion still holding taut to the ribbons. It takes up a sort of defensive posture against the attacks of Svenkrid and Durand. Elahorn's thorn whip lashes round the throat of the demon. Its hands go up to it, but it's held back, so now it's being restrained by the throat and each of its legs as Duran and Svenkrid's blades pierce into the chest and midsection of the demon. The radiant energy bursts in through the body. You can see cracks in the body begin as the radiant light escapes through the eyes, mouth, and the wounds that you had just made before, with whatever strength it has left, lets out a pained scream that grows in frequency and pitch to the point that it's near painful to hear, but all the while you hold fast with your blade and you push further in, Duran, and the demon falls. And a fireball comes over and misses it entirely. Svenkrid and Duran, you guys pull back your blades as the demon falls and lands on its back, gasping its last breaths. Its time on this material plane cut much shorter than it might have expected. You can see the flesh, the horrific amalgamation of features begin to melt away into this black ichor as it leaves a mortally wounded, still gasping Kester in his place. Bask.
The snake is almost gonna bite him, unless someone is gonna say no or something.
We see now coming up behind, Bask approaches as Kester lays there, just kind of eyes spaced out, not focused on anything. You can see every breath is labored, pained. There's not much left You can tell within a matter of moments, you'll probably be dead. Ask walks past each of you. It's almost sad look in his face. Kind of just scanning the destruction of the place he called home for so long, a place that he might have been proud of once. He places a hand on your shoulder, Durand, as he passes, and approaches the body of Kester, and just kind of stands there. And looks to each of you, Netadion, Elevhorn. As you can hear Kester just croak out. Bask, my boy. You know me. You know my vision was never to hurt anyone. And he reaches a hand up. Help me. Please. Bask looks almost conflicted, wounded. He kneels down on both knees at Kester's side. You meddled in forces beyond your understanding. You put more than these lives in danger. Why would I help you? I can change. I've learned my lesson. Just stop the bleeding. You can see that there's a nasty wound from Elevhorn's thorn whip still kind of torn across the throat, as well as the others that you had inflicted onto the demon that translated to Kester's body. This mortal frame more frail and weak, so these wounds take an extra toll. Bask gives a deep, saddened sigh. You're a smart man. A wise man. Perhaps the most of anyone I have ever met or will meet. And he places a hand behind Kester's head and sort of lifts him up just a little bit. And you'll help me? You're too ambitious, Kester. Father, we both know you would not stop. I will. I swear, just please. He sort of cradles Kester's head in his, and you can see the conflicted nature of this man, his mentor, the one who had taught him so much. And you can see his other hand begin to glow with magical energy. No, you wouldn't. And the sort of divine energy takes an eldritch turn, as you can see the formation of an eldritch blast in Bask's hand. And he just places it over the eyes of Kester. Make your peace, Father. And ends his life. The body of Kester goes limp, and Bask lays it back down, slightly trembling, stands back, and just kind of a drooping figure, head down, sort of lost in his own thoughts for the moment. And a bit uncharacteristic for the mood, but in the silence you hear the distant chirping of birds, the light breeze on this beautiful summer's day. What do you guys do?
Harry is just gonna lay it down there. It's like.
Are there fragments of that stone left, like lying around?
There would be.
Could I either inspect or get close to it, examine
You can get close to it. You can see that the impact of the obelisk falling over had detached the steeple from the top. It kind of sheared off and split it into two major parts. There are also fragments lying all over, so it's not two perfectly equal parts as you guys had attacked and damaged it prior.
it? May I take some shards, I guess, with me or into my bag of holding?
Okay.
Can I, clutching my chest, kind of hobble around, trying to see if there's anybody that needs help around? Or if anybody else is still alive?
Okay. Well, let's see if anyone else managed to survive. Everyone there, it seems, from what you could find, Elevorn, most of the deaths caused by the hyena demon. The ones that had been turned to demons are most certainly dead. So the man and the woman, the one who had been turned into the wormy demon and the hyena demon, they are most certainly dead. Of the others, you saw 3 that were downed, and 1 is still barely clinging to life.
Can I go help them?
Yeah. As you do, you walk in. As you're walking around, you walk behind. Appears to be walk behind a building, where you find the downed body, and kind of hidden away behind another one of the buildings you can see is a teenage boy. He's maybe about 30, 40 feet away from you. You see, he was the one that had tried to keep the other children steadfast in their orders. And you are too far away to do anything, as you can see him struggling with something maybe internally, and he takes the blade and raises it to himself, but a hand comes and grabs his wrist before he's able to maybe take his own life out of this confused, grief-like guilt that he's feeling. You don't see the individual that grabbed his hand. The hand came from around the building. You hear the kid. Why did you stop me? I told them to. This is. I followed. And then you see the hand kind of tremble and release the blade as, wordlessly, stepping around the corner and just pulling the child into an embrace is Connor, as the teenage kid just sort of breaks down into tears. You manage to stabilize the individual that you found that still had a pulse. Svengrid turns to you, Durand. Well, sorry we couldn't get here earlier. When Tana and the others informed me of the situation with Bask here, and we realized that we hadn't heard from the members that were investigating this order for some time. We made the journey here. It's quite the trip from Brushburn. It took us a couple of weeks just to get here, and a little longer to even find this place. And if we got here just a little earlier, I feel it might have been of more assistance, so. Hannah and Torban go around to the rest of you and begin to patch up some of your wounds.
It's okay.
Could I check on Bask, I guess?
Yeah, you walk up to Bask, who's still kind of just standing there.
I put a hand on his shoulder. And Just I guess I'll ask if. Well, no, I won't say anything.
A little bit of a sigh. The demeanor does seem to relax a little bit with you just standing there. Just in barely above a whisper, talks to you. It's like, if you don't mind, I would like the pieces of that spire. I don't feel like I'm going to be doing much with it, at least not now, but it might have some use to me in the future. With my own issues, maybe. I just, especially don't want falling into anyone else's hands.
You can see Era thinking for a moment before she kind of just sits down. If it's something important that you feel you need, then yes, I'll give it to you. But I also intended to do research on it. Maybe more along the lines of something preventative for the future. Demons, well, I mean, look at me.
Don't intend to follow in the path of Kesta. Don't worry about that. Not at all what I have in mind, but it could be a key to some of the things I've been going through. And he bends down, and you can see that Kester has this sort of silver, thorny crown that he was wearing. And Bask takes it off of his corpse. You can see that there are little pinpricks from where these sort of spikes had attached themselves into his skull. Like, I'm not sure what this is, but feels like it might have some use. If you need something to bring back to your friends in Ambervale, I feel like this might be a safer option.
Yeah, I can bring this back to them, and they don't need to know about this, I suppose, and you can take it. I'm okay with that.
Gives a small smile and a nod of thanks as you give him the shards, and he just slowly sort of trudges over, walking along the side of the deep, vast pit in the middle of the monastery, all around to where the other larger pieces of the steeple were, and he collects them as well.
Just, one day at a time, right? Although I will say, if you need any help cleaning your offices or anything like that, I'm very exceptional with paperwork. It's just, I happened to notice that at the time. At any rate, if you happen to find information or may need information, then you can utilize me in that sense. But I should probably leave you alone for a little bit or something. I shouldn't really be annoying you at this time. Well, you know what I'm saying.
It's fine, thank you. I think after this, I might appreciate what might have previously been seen as a bother in terms of my work for Ambervale. I am actually longing to get back to the paperwork.
I can't say I relate. Not really. But I understand.
Those that remain from the farmers and villagers that you had assembled are sort of congregated near the pile of rubble that led to the exit of the monastery. those that could identify their children that they were here, you can see them sort of rekindling that relationship and taking them and trying to comfort them and, okay, what's wrong? It's okay, it's not your fault. You can also see that some of the children here don't have their relatives in the group. Elevorn comes around back towards you guys, just helping this older man who's hobbling, like leaning heavily on her shoulder back towards you guys.
Mary is a bit too exhausted to do anything.
They're just laying and just okay.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
The snake just slithers up, coils itself around your arm, and turns back into the bracelet.
I'm gonna help Elevorn with the old man.
Okay. Elevorn, as you're kind of burdening with the weight of this man, you feel some of it lifted off as Era comes and grabs him from the other side, and the two of you help walk him back to the rest of the people.
Got to get him to his people. I don't know where anybody belongs. There's so many people here. Well, I mean, we brought a lot of people with us. Why did we bring so many people with us again?
Wasn't the well, I mean, they really, I don't know. I mean, let's just focus on gathering those we can and go from there, I guess.
All of you, except for Nerdion, who's still just splayed out, walk up to the group, and someone asks, what does this mean? What does this mean for us? That the monastery's gone? It's been such an important part of all of our community for so long. What? Oh, this is.
Maybe you could, start your own school, or maybe Bask could help you find a teacher to travel.
It wasn't just the school. This was Palor's grace and mercy to us.
Not quite. Maybe it could be that again.
Yes, this might have been at one point, hopefully anyways, but you all can make this place great again, with, of course, the help of Palor.
You have the beliefs. It's not like that goes away. It's something that can be rebuilt, but with all of you, I guess. I mean, I know it sounds easier said than done, but if you have the right beliefs, and I don't know, I just don't think there's a bad start.
The buildings, they don't matter as much as, you still believe in Palor, yeah?
Of course. Bask is up. They're right. The monastery was never. You never needed the monastery to enjoy Palor's grace and his blessing and your own faith in him. For a long time, I had thought I was scorned from his light. I realize now that I had been deceived in that, and in some way it's opened my eyes, but you, all of you, you are the truly faithful. It was never the monastery, it was never those within it. It was each and every one of you, and through each and every one of you, you can continue, you can persevere, you can grow strong as a community together. Not through any organization or order, but as people, as families, friends. And if you ever need anything, if you manage to find a way to send word to Ambervale, I'll do what I can. That I can promise you. Nod. And Fen, some of the others begin to work on clearing away the rubble from the entrance of the monastery.
I don't know about all that. Can't exert
I
too
don't
much
know about all
strength.
that. My
You almost,
dainty
I
hands.
almost died.
Can
Twice.
I walk up to the Rond?
Yeah. So after you find some people that can care for the old man that you had brought back, you kind of pull Durand off to the side as you pass by Connor, who is walking and just talking. You can hear him talking to this young kid about redemption and a second chance as he walks towards the rest of the group with the young kid.
He totally saved that kid.
Yeah, I'm sure Connor can relate very well. Glad he's here.
Hi.
Huh?
Hello.
Hi. Hey.
You're alive.
I could say the same for you.
Oh, I'm fine.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you are.
Never a doubt. Ever. Totally good. I was worried about you though.
I will place my hand on her head, use my last lay on hands.
How much?
5.
5 whole points. You know, it's the thought that counts.
It's the thought that counts.
This sort of pulsing migraine pain headache slightly subsides.
There. All better.
So then
I
I'm gonna
hope.
put my hand over his hand and cure wounds him.
There you go.
It's
Beautiful. So
stronger,
both
it's
of
not
you are just
fair.
hands on each other's head.
Oh, sweet.
Hey, it was. Wait, no, it's
Making
8.
each other feel better.
Plus my
Oh.
3. It was a 5 too.
No way.
You know, it was plus. I have to add a modifier though, so it's actually 8.
Okay. Huh.
I suppose I'll finally get off the
Okay.
ground.
Realizing that no one's been around you for a while, maybe you just kind of dozed off for a couple minutes.
Maybe, possibly, I'll just get up and get the ribbons and the incendiary edge back off. And then I'm just gonna stand around and look around and not know what to do still.
Alright, so Elevorn, Durand.
I'm perfect now. Yes.
Great.
Tip top condition. I'm ready to fight another freaking demon.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
funny you say that.
No.
Remember the bit that there is?
Okay. Was that Elevorn? Screw you guys.
So, you guys heal each other, all adorably and whatnot.
Is it time to sleep yet? I mean, I don't even sleep, but I kind of want to.
What time? What? How's the day looking? What time is it?
Oh, it's like early afternoon.
Yeah, it looks like
Am
nap
I
time.
in? Am
It's
I?
nice out too. It's sunny. It's like barely a cloud in the sky. It's warm. It's a comfortable, nice day.
Comfortable,
Am I
nice
in
day for a nap.
earshot of them? Am I in earshot of Durand and Elevorn? Whatever.
No, not really. You can see them. You can hear them talking, but you can't really make out words. You're about as far away from them as you are from the massive group of everybody else.
Okay.
If you
cool.
want to just kind of skulk on closer and eavesdrop, you can.
I promise I won't see you.
You wouldn't. You probably wouldn't. If I wanted to, you probably wouldn't. I mean, no, I wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, I guess I would start going closer to them, but I'm not gonna be stealthy about it or anything. I'm just gonna, like, go. Because I'm still hurt a lot. It's gonna be slow and stuff.
Okay.
What were you saying, Max? It looked like Max was going to say something before. I didn't know she had input.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Well, I could then. Now I can't.
Oh, I didn't hear anyone say yeah. I was like looking around. I was just gonna say, like I'll help look for kids or like gather them around or whatever, whatever you do.
Now she wants to help. Before she was like, "No, we're not cleaning no rubble."
Nothing strenuous. Like, come on, give me a break. Come on, I almost.
I had. Well, now I have 11 HP. Now I can do anything.
Yeah. All right. So.
Era, are you okay, Era? I'm fine, Era. Thank you for asking.
Querido though.
So, is there any grass around that isn't all bloody and gross?
There's some, yes.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
I'm all bloody and gross. Just start prestidigitation myself because I'm all dirty and bloody. I'm like, oh, this is yucky.
So Elvin begins to methodically clean herself with magic.
Unless there's water somewhere. Is there water? Did you notice? I didn't. I wasn't looking.
We got a lake a couple miles away, but yeah, there would be some like barrels of water around.
They had to bathe here at some point. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Are you sure? Because I mean, there was Basque.
Oh my god.
Basque loves bathhouses though.
The bathhouse, but not so much the bathing.
Understandably so though.
I mean,
Considering his circumstances.
do you think he's okay?
Wait, who's okay?
You no, Pask. I mean, I didn't. I talk all the time, and I didn't know what the. I can't believe he. I.
I
Can't
think I
imagine.
would have been standing there while they've been talking.
So Daenerys is just standing there, like, what are we doing, guys?
Oh, hi, Nary. Oh, hi, Nary. Oh, hi, Mark.
To indeed. Go ahead, by the way. Hello. Keep on talking.
Oh, hello, and I'm just going to like put my hand on her shoulder and also cure wounds her. Hey, that's a 9.
So, as you guys are saying, on continuing to talk for some time, the rest of the planet mages and whoever can help are clearing out the rubble. So you guys get a short rest, essentially. Means Elevorn's got wild shapes. Era gets spell slots. And everyone else gets hit points should they want to roll for them, but regardless, continue the conversation. Elevorn Neredian Darahan.
I'm sorry to interrupt you both, but I mean, sure, things are really bad here at the moment, but at the time is what it is. But should we just find somewhere to get some good rest?
I am not opposed to this idea.
I was just saying it was nap time. It was perfect time for nap time. Look at the sun high in the sky. Beautiful day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flop down.
I'll go get Era.
Okay.
Hey, Era. Hola.
So by the end of the hour, and you guys kind of resting around for a bit, just talking, there's a small path that has been cleared to exit the monastery, and the people begin to file out, but the Aegis is still behind within the monastery, and after letting you guys catch your breath for some time and recuperate, Svankred comes up to the four of you. You wouldn't have happened to find any evidence of our brothers here, would you have?
Just gonna look at Rond.
Other
Just,
than the pendant that you showed to Tanak and Kana, you've tried to reach out to them.
That was all, really. I haven't found anything. So unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't found anything else either.
It is unfortunate. I hesitate to think on what might have befallen them here. If they even got this far.
Yeah. I don't know how long you want to spend time here investigating places, but I mean, if they have gotten this far, there might be other things here too, besides the pendant that I found. But it's all, like I said, it depends on how much you want to investigate.
He walks up towards the collapsed obelisk that kind of makes a bridge out towards the center where the pillar is and continues all the way down. But at this point, the amount of earth as well as the temple that has collapsed on it has buried that bottom section of the temple where you had fought Kester the second time and the demons, so whatever was down there in that circle of abyssal writing has been covered and buried by feet of rubble and earth.
No.
I mean, you could maybe ask from the, from the kids, maybe, if they seen. You can describe the your people to them, or any other people who have been here. Maybe they would know if they have seen them.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I believe I didn't want to trouble the children with potentially disturbing recollections, but
True.
in time, maybe. For now, it seems we'll have to live not knowing. But, well, as far as I can see, whatever threat this order posed is no longer. I think that you've deserved a rest and the opportunity to never have to set foot in this place again. Myself, Tana, Kana, and Torban, we will ensure that any remnants of what it was this man was attempting to do is gone. I believe it will take some time to ensure that this obelisk, this spire, beacon, as it seemed to be used for, is completely inert.
Yes, please do. And I imagine I know you'll do well here.
Yes. Well, perhaps next time, Durand, under more favorable circumstances.
Yeah, it's been a bit. It's good to see you. Just like you said.
So, Bask comes up and joins the rest of you. I do need to be making my way back to Ambervale soon. I was planning on going back with the Aegis, but it seems like they'll be here for some time. Elavon, if you guys could spare an additional day out of your journey, would you mind tomorrow bringing me back there?
Oh, of course I'll help you. I
I'm
mean,
coming
if it's okay with everybody.
coming
I
up
could use a day.
behind coming up behind him is the tall ginger half elf Connor. I believe that I as well will be joining you. I have someone that I want to, and that is interested in getting away from here. I feel it would do him some good to distance himself from this place and these people even for a bit. It holds some painful, dark memories, and he at least seems open and willing to a change. And he looks back, and you can see that kind of distancing himself from the other children, the other people that had made their way out, is the young adolescent. with Tana, Torban, and Svenkrid setting up and beginning the process of essentially purifying this obelisk and the area, making sure that the time spent making this beacon what it was is undone, and any future potential danger caused by it nullified. They say their goodbyes to each of you. Their until laters. You four, as well as Bask, Connor, and the young teen, head out. The people that had joined you and followed you here, some reunited with their children, others kind of taking to caring for those that didn't have relatives there, and just talking to them, kind of taking them in after the horrible ordeal that had just occurred. Begin to make plans for making their way back to their respective homes, talking with each other about what they can potentially do together to build up the Ember proper, the small little group of buildings that is technically Ember but that is rarely visited, and making it more of a hub, more of a place where, they can more frequently see each other and grow as a community. Now, Von Terradir is not here, but, with time, you'll put Elevorn's very generous donation to good use for Ember. But very heartfelt and emotional thanks, and just one by one they come up to you and take your hand in both of theirs, and just thank you until your arms are tired, even more so. Some hug, not caring about the blood and grime and sweat that is covering each of you.
Aw.
Uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Stranger danger hugs.
Danger.
I will hug. I will hug every one of them back.
Elevorn, you feel a tugging at your clothing from behind.
Huh? Turn around.
It's a little girl that you recognize. She holds up a flower.
Oh, are you okay?
You can see a sort of a slight smile. There's definite uncertainty in her nodding to you in the eyes, but it's like she's trying to believe that she is, but can't quite convince herself yet, but is trying to put on that front nonetheless. And see behind her with gentle hand, just running fingers through her hair, is Kayla's mother. Not even able to muster up the voice, almost like it cracks before it escapes through the throat, but mouths thank you to you.
I'll just smile and nod. And pat her head a little bit, like a little girl.
You take the flower, and she kind of huddles very close up to her mother's side as they walk towards the others, and who are beginning to head back to their respective farms and homes. But you all find a nice place to rest. not too far away because your legs are jelly, you set up a little bit of something of a camp behind the monastery. So behind the monastery are the fruit orchards. You set up a camp amidst the fruit-bearing trees with about a mile or so away that large lake, but it's very nice. It's despite all of the grime and muck on you, it's pretty sweet smelling as well. Very nice fragrance in this area. Let you guys rest. Take a load off. Is there anything you guys want to do before long resting?
No.
Okay.
It's still daytime, right?
Yes.
I don't care. I'm gonna just take out my pendant and go talk to LaRue somewhere.
It's midnight somewhere, am I right?
It's
All right.
I thought about it for a minute. I'm like, you know what? It doesn't matter.
Well, I don't know what you're doing right now, but please wake up. I need to talk to
Yeah, basically.
you. Okay.
I guess Neri would just wander around a little bit, and if the fruits or whatever seem ripe enough, she would just like take one or two and eat on them and stuff like that.
Yeah, they seem edible and kind of reaching up, or ribbons of returning dagger into pulling it back from the tree branches. Yeah, they are. We find out relatively quickly that this is an orange tree grove.
Nice.
Nope,
Because-
they're lemons. All of them lemons.
Time to make lemonade.
Okay. So everyone heads off to speak with LaRue. Everyone else just passing out.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. With just enough energy to set up any sort of camp, get out your bedrolls. Not even really caring about cleaning up too much. Just that's a job for future you. Pass out. Almost just no watch, uncaring. The four of you find your rest. Connor stays up with the young kid, and you can see they're sitting a little further away, so that they're not within earshot. But see, Connor's kind of taking this kid in and talking with them very gently, very calmly, and just explaining things to him. And see, the kid for the most part is unresponsive, but seems intently listening. As all of you drift into a well-earned rest, that's where we'll pick up next week.
Bye.
All right, hold on for a sec. We can end the stream. I've gotta write this thing. Era, would you have wanted to examine that crown thing?
Most definitely.
I asked Era, not you.
He says yes.
I don't believe you.
Why don't you believe me? She's right here.
Okay, hold on. I have to write it up first.
It would be a thing that Era would do for sure.
It's like, nope, have to stay up. I don't care if it costs me exhaustion. I have to figure out what this thing is.
I mean, we'll be fine, right?
Roll initiative. Do you want me to give it to everybody?
Yes.
I'm just gonna give it to everybody, yeah. So, this thing, I am really not sure on its balance. Nemo, this is what I was talking to you about when I was like, I'm not sure if this is completely broken tier or unusable, but we'll find out, I suppose. Okay. Let's see if this is too complex.
Maybe.
Maybe. We'll see. Alright. You ready, Max, and everybody else?
Always ready.
So, it's basically a silver crown, almost like a tiara, but instead of just resting on the head, it has these sort of claw-like spikes that rest around the brow of the wearer and sort of grip there to stay on.
100% cursed.
Yeah.
It's alright, I can remove curses now. Well, not remove curses, but... Wait, I do have Dispel Magic. Just don't have it prepared. Alright, well, we're taking that in the future. Remove curse.
Oh,
That's a lot
wow.
of damage to take every turn.
Oh yeah, it has to have a huge drawback, I think. The used spellcasters know. I mean, it could even be useful for Durand because his smites
Yeah.
wouldn't break concentration on other things, and his smites only last a round. So
Yeah, I'm gonna say no thank you to that.
This is the number of
well, you're
spells
not a
there.
spellcaster.
I know. But even if I was, it's a no thank you.
You need Warcaster.
And again, I mean, I guess it would depend. If I was a spellcaster, it would
You guys
depend
don't
on how
want to. Yeah.
crazy I would play.
I mean, if you guys don't want to use it, don't use it. That's just what you have. So
Time to
Wait,
smell
so-
it.
So just passively having a spell you're concentrating on, just one, will cause damage?
no, while concentrating on more than one spell, the following are implicated. So
Okay.
those bullet points only take effect if you're concentrating on 2 or more spells at once.
Alright, yeah, this is
Just-
busted for me.
Okay, so wait a minute. So Elevorn uses it, and then she conjures animals, and she conjures more animals, and she conjures more animals on top of that, and then takes a little while, eventually dies, but there's so many animals.
Oh,
Oh my
yeah.
god.
So many animals.
Eleanor, don't sacrifice yourself for the
So
summoning.
Conjure Animals is a 3rd level spell, right? So with 2 Conjure Animals up, that would be 12 points of psychic damage a turn. With 3, that would be 27.
Yeah, but what if I was already in a wild shape? So then I eat the wild shape hit points.
I mean,
Well, eventually.
it would eventually, yes.
But
But
I mean, how many wolves is that? That's more wolves than I
at
can
the same
count.
time, that's at a point where you can cast spells in wild shape, right? Because if
What
you
do
want to
mean?
stacking up the conjure animals, you have to be an elf.
This is busted. Like this is broken for like when you think about like level 20 stuff. Like level 20 druid and just wild shape and cast spells.
Yeah.
So
Wild shape, cast spells, and just keep getting.
knock to 0, lose the wild shape, and just wild shape again. Dude, level 20
Damn, that's
level
eating a
20
bonus
June is
action as your turn,
disgusting.
so if she wants to, yeah, you're not wrong about that.
I think
I
it's the
don't
only
know.
time that it's busted, and it's a
I think
huge
it
caveat.
also
Like,
is
why would
pretty.
anyone do that?
It's also, I mean, it's if it was an attunement for, it's also pretty good for paladin. But if it takes an attunement slot just so you can say I can blinding smite without losing my enlarge, then I'm okay with that.
That smite when you're enlarged.
Right, because it's at the start of your turn, so you wouldn't even take the damage. But if you want an entire attunement slot just for that effect, that's that's your choice. I don't feel like that's busted.
Oh no, definitely not. Like, if I were to use it, I don't think it's broken. I think it's relatively balanced.
I think you could
Now,
talk now if you
actually,
want
the
to.
other thing is, yeah, there's no ruling on this because concentrating on multiple spells isn't a thing in the game, but there is a thing that says multiple effects of the same, like, that do the same thing don't stack, just the higher one does. So I would just say for the exact thing that you mentioned, Elahorn, no stacking of the same spell on top of each other.
Okay, so then I just conjure some animals, and then I conjure some pixies, and the pixies make the animals all T-Rexes, and they fly, and that's fun, right?
Flying T-Rexes? Oh my god.
Yeah, because pixies are stupid.
But I think it'd be okay if, like, if Duck is here and wanted to join our conversation, he could probably, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know. I feel like, I gotta put thought divider unique requires attunement by any class other than druid, I guess, at this point.
Fine. Goodbye.
No, you're
You can-
explaining to me how you're gonna just absolutely destroy everything.
Charlie! Rude. You
Okay.
made her leave. She left.
Zen,
No, it's okay. It's okay. That's good. Do that. And it's just gonna be like with Duran's mask. It's just gonna find a way to whatever. Or maybe it is cursed. You guys don't know.
it's
Maybe it
cursed.
talks like phantasm.
It's really
fine.
good.
3.2. 3.0. God.
It's really good for me, but I can't really take anything off.
I mean, so we started off saying that it's a lot of damage, and then we're now at the point where it's like, this is a really good item.
And, well, Dune Zen still needs to figure out the time for the combat attunement. So,
Yeah, I'm
maybe.
not sure if we're doing. I'd have to look at it if we're even doing that, because I never said, hey, this is how we're doing things.
Yeah, said that. But you need to look at it so, like, what happened today won't happen.
Well, you kind of just brought up something that I had mentioned once before without saying for sure this is how we're ruling things from now on. But
Just
you're
extend
right. I will.
my magical item capacity.
Anyways, I think I'm getting too tired and should go to bed.
Yeah. True.
Gotta feed the cats first.
Let me see.
Ooh, same. Alright, well, I have to go
One
get
thing
mine.
I was thinking was like what you guys said about like the amount of thing. What you just said doing about the amount of things. I was thinking of like maybe having that be your proficiency bonus. The amount of items you can attune to.
That kind of can make sense.
Of it. I was thinking of it.
I feel like that's better than in mid combat. I now spend a minute to attune to something else. Swapping magic items sounds rougher than just extending it depending on level. Then just fine tune them if you need to, and any future ones, because magic items are supposed to be there to
So
be.
what are we thinking? If we're I don't know if like how much this. I think what maybe unattuning and attuning each take an action for an item that you have previously spent the hour attuning to. So you guys could switch magic items in combat, but it's gonna take you 2 rounds to do so.
2 rounds is too much stuff happens.
A
That's
lot
not
of stuff
worth at
happens, but
all.
like if we saw it like in like Neridian's case, she would have been able to do that without much of a problem.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
does
but
that sound all right?
What-
Was that what you were thinking, Cele?
What?
I don't know what I was thinking because, this hasn't really been discussed much before, so.
But what
we're
were
not
you
the
trying to
type
do in that
of-
moment?
She wanted to attune to the ring.
Yeah, I wanted to attune to the ring because before we left Ambival, because we just left and it wasn't like, oh, you wake up and stuff like that. It was just, oh, you left type of thing. I would have wanted to get Dimension Door into the ring.
From Isaiah.
Yeah, from Isaiah. And then kind of retconned it and stuff like that. And I have Dimension Door in the ring. So since
Sure.
we were in Gage, if I would have had the opportunity to attune to the ring, I could have teleported us out of the cage.
Tempted to, but yeah.
Yeah, or at least
Yeah.
I'm tempted to.
I'm trying to think. So everything that I try to do balanced. So I'm trying to think of a way that's unbalanced. The only thing I can think of is maybe some ways to make stuff broken out of combat. If you guys can just switch so frequently, but I don't know. I don't think so. I think it should be fine. Like because like situation like if you were to use your snake, right, and then unattune to it, that would just go back to an inert magic item. The snake would be gone, right?
Okay.
So that makes sense. So like lasting effects caused by magic items stop once you cut the attunement to them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So what do you guys think about the... So obviously, like when you find a magic item, you want to attune to it, you do have to spend the hour attuning to it. But then for any magic item that you've attuned to before, it's an action to attune.
Maybe.
Any longer than that, even like a minute to attune, any longer than that, it doesn't have any sort of combat use. You can't do it in combat. So it's either, do we want it to be like something that you can quickly do, like maybe in between combats, like if you're doing back-to-back combats, or something that you could actually do in the middle of combat, maybe if you find 2 rounds where you can take the time to switch magic items.
But you know what comes to mind, actually, now that I think about it? There was... I don't know why, it just randomly hit me. In Final Fantasy 1, there were items that you... items, weapons and stuff like that you could go into your inventory and use them for their effect specifically. So... in that particular instance, it would make it so that it would cost an action to use the effect of the magic item rather than
exactly
attuning.
what is attuning other than being able to use the effect of the magic item? That way, you essentially have the item attuned, any number of items attuned. If it just takes an action to use a magic item's effect, because that's what attuning is: being able to use the magic item's effects. Right.
Well, not entirely. I can't say everything. Like, for example, you wouldn't be able to do that for like the Shield of Scales. There's nothing to do for that. You can't just use that item. You have to have it equipped to be able to do anything with it. But like the idea of using the Ring of Spell Storing doesn't follow the same rules.
That, I think, adds. Then you have to differentiate which are which, what can do what, and what can't do what. No, I don't. I'm not sure if I like
just
that, because
a
then
thought.
what's the point of spell scrolls? You just have the infinite spell scrolls in the ring, right? So
True.
there are already like action to use, one-time use items like that. Like wands don't generally take attunement, but they have those, like, use the magic from those. Like, there are already items like that. Attunement is different. Attunement is more special, right? There are already items that are just non-attuned magic items. Sorry, Cele, what were you saying?
Time to just fill our bags of holding with spell scrolls and, use them.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely can do that if you find/purchase them. Sure.
Maybe we'll just fill hers with daggers and just always just, unfold it, just makes it stream out.
I'm just
Turn it
saying,
inside out, just daggers everywhere.
Yeah, Mary's just gonna turn the bag of holding inside out, making it like.
And then she just has 100 daggers at her feet that she just picks up and throws for the whole combat.
No, it should like spill out in fast way, so it's kind of projectile.
Oh, that's not. They don't come out as projectiles.
I don't know. I'm tired.
It's okay. So yeah, I think that it was a good thing to bring up. I'm glad you brought it up, because I had not thought about that for a while. So thank you for bringing that up again. But I think that that's what we're gonna go with from now on: is action to unattune, action to attune to an item that you had previously attuned to. I mean, that is possible to switch magic items in combat, but it does take an investment. We'll play around with that for a while. If it seems like we can speed it up and have you guys be able to switch magic items even quicker, then we can do that. But as starting off, let's slowly get to that point. Just test the waters.
Yeah, I don't mind testing the waters. It's
All right.
better than nothing, I guess. Anyways, I'm gonna go to bed, so yeah. Good night.
Good night.
So, what do you think, Dune? Should we just do combat on maps from now on, or what?
That felt a lot stranger than the standard.
Of course.
It wasn't bad. I don't want to say it was bad. It's not the feeling I got from it, but
I feel like we had glimpses of potential in it, like Durand being King Kong and Neridion like leaping off of his thing midair, throw dagger. Like if maybe the time of it was too long. Maybe if we found a way to condense that and just fill the combat with just stuff like that, and you guys actually role playing instead of mechanics combating, then it could be better. Maybe I was trying to recapture that Harpy Island thing, but I still feel like that was like a special moment. Maybe
that was
I'm
a
remembering
thing.
it with too much fondness, but I don't know.
Well, remember that wasn't a fight that we were winning.
True.
So like
It wasn't a fight to the
maybe
death. That was an escape thing. Yeah.
this was a fight to the death, which made it just seem more like combat.
Yeah.
Unless
You know.
you had planned the fight itself to end at a certain like amount of time that passed, then maybe that would have worked. But fights to the death could have just been done in just generic combat.
Yeah. At the
Like you
same
can
time.
forego. You could have done You could have done cinematic for literally any of the other two fights if we wanted to, and then leave the um this one to be the one with the actual map. Well, some things would have sucked, but workable.
Yeah. I don't know.
We're good.
I
Just
think that,
that's all it was. Is really it's just like it could have just been done, and it took such a long amount of time that more often than not, it just felt like standard combat without having something to look at.
yeah. It's like at the same time, like there's some things that I can't do on a map. Like how am I supposed to like okay, here's the tab now it's all collapsed, then what do I have to draw in the giant hole and then the obelisk
Yeah,
tipping
you're
over and
right.
then
You're right. Yeah, completely. Like, there's no way to be able to do all of that stuff. Like giant map changes that you can't control because what if we didn't destroy the obelisk or anything? Like, I
yeah.
did all this extra work drawing all this crap for absolutely nothing.
And that part's fine.
Um,
It's just a matter of representing it and I don't know. I'm what I basically all it is trying to experiment with ways to maybe bring more role play into combat because combat can just be another medium to tell the story and role play instead of being this war game type tactical escapade. So if we could get stuff like Netadion, what Cele did with Neri and what you did with Duran and that kind of like outside of the box type of crazy stuff, like with a map and everything like that, then I think that would be the best way to do it. But I feel like something about the cinematic lets you guys be like, oh, I can do stuff that maybe bends the rules a bit, where in all honesty, you could do that kind of stuff even in mapped combat.
well, you're already getting, I'm trying to do more roleplay mid combat. So, because I was definitely one of those people that the moment you enter combat, there's a separation between the roleplay and now it's just time to play Final Fantasy Tactics. But I've been trying to make more in character decisions through our combat.
Yeah, I guess I have to choose better these situations that would more fit cinematic, and this probably wasn't one of them.
It was okay. Again, remember there was some things that happened in the session that couldn't, not that it couldn't have been done, but
It
it
would have been
probably
hard to
wouldn't
do.
have been done. Yeah,
Like, how
would
would
have
I
been
have
harder.
shown Durand and Neri going down beneath the map? Like,
Who knows if that would have even happened? To be honest, that's what I was
yeah.
thinking. It was like if we weren't in this type of setting, I don't think those types of things would have happened.
Yeah, and I guess my point is like trying to be like, hey, this is what some of the things that you did in this combat you can do in any combat. It's not just because it's cinematic, but it's just do these, creative, wild things that you have the ideas to do that maybe once we put miniatures on a map, you're like, okay, I have to go by the rules. I don't know.
I mean, I get the message, and I can definitely take it forward. I guess it's just important to kind of bring that up to everybody else so that they also understand that that was the meaning kind of behind this. To a certain extent, not entirely. It's not like it's like, oh, I'm trying to show you guys you can do this. And no, you're still trying to set up a scene, particular. Um, but all this stuff can be done with a map or without it. It doesn't matter. we're all still within the rules of the game. And I don't think there's any argument in the sense that we definitely prefer the freedom of doing certain things over being limited by the rules to a certain extent.
Yeah. And it's like I don't think I've ever been super. In most things, I haven't been super like stringent by the rules, unless it's like strictly like, you're trying to do too many actions in a turn. But even then, sometimes it's like, I don't know. I feel like if you guys try to do any of the stuff that you did here in our normal combat thing, it would have been the exact same. It's just getting the mentality that you can do this kind of thing in a normal combat.
Yeah, it's just it's a mental shift. But it's something that we need to understand that we have the liberties to do so.
I feel like if we were in mapped combat, Neredion would never just punch something.
True, very true.
Right,
The
good night.
freedoms that Nimue takes are, sometimes I guess overlooked. She does a lot of like random stuff like shouting here and kicking
Yeah.
here and doing that. Nimue played like normal, like standard combat, and we didn't have a map, so kind of teaching that to everyone else is important. Yeah, let me go get Max. She's not here. All right, man. I'll talk to you.
Yeah. Good night.
Night.